interpreter. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically through Teams. Items 1 and 2.
Item 1 is an executive session noticed as Item 1, Pima County, City of Tucson, Maricopa County Superior Court Case Number CV 2022-001141 and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. Item number 2 is the direction on that
May I
executive
have a
session.
motion to go into executive session, please?
Second?
There is a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Fimbres? All right, I think he was just speaking. So if there's no discussion, all those in favor of the motion and going to executive session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will see you out here in 45 minutes, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting.
Can you hear it now?
No. Honor.
There is a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second to return to study. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that directs the city manager and the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Your Honor, I move that we proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Item 3.
Your Honor, item 3 is the prevailing wage item. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to discuss a proposal to establish a prevailing wage requirement in certain city construction contracts.
Yes, colleagues, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, I am happy to be bringing this item to my colleagues on the council. I've asked the city attorney to walk us through the history of prevailing wage as it relates to city contracts. But before we do that, I want to reiterate why this is such an important issue for me. Workers are the foundation of our economy. And since I have been on the council and now mayor, I have always made it a priority for me to support good paying jobs for workers. To me, a prevailing wage is important because it helps to stabilize families and protect construction workers who, by the way, are often the victims of wage theft and misclassification. It helps to bring more workers into the middle class and helps to reduce pay gaps for women, Black, Latino, and immigrant workers. I'm confident that passing a prevailing wage for City of Tucson contracts will go through a period of adjustment, and then we will simply have established a new normal for the City of Tucson and anyone that we contract with. You know, as we talk about prevailing wage and the pay for workers. This mayor and council have worked for the past 4 years. I know many of us have worked longer than that to bring the wages of those that get paid the least pushed up. That for our economy means so much. Being able to bring low-paid workers into be able to pay for their rent, be able to buy tennis shoes and school material for their children, be able to, afford to pay a car, be able to afford to spend money every other Saturday, taking out their family to the park and to have a nice dinner. That affects the quality of life and the economy of our city. So in our materials today, I've included Attorney General Chris May's opinion and draft language that our city attorney will share with us. In order to define the scope of what I'd like to talk about today, I want to propose language that will put a prevailing wage in place for City of Tucson contracts. There are a couple of things that I believe, and I believe both the city manager and our city attorney agree that we should exclude voter-approved projects that were previously passed and adopted by a vote of voters in the city of Tucson. For us, it would be Proposition 101, Prop 407, Prop 411. Those are things that we went out and got quotes for before instituting prevailing wage. And so it should not affect those projects because we don't want to not be able to deliver those projects to our voters. Also, the language that we've talked through includes a threshold of $2 million. Projects exceeding that amount will be required to pay prevailing wage. And it also excludes affordable housing, and it becomes effective July 1, 2024. So I am confident that we can create an ordinance that is meaningful and impactful to workers and their families in our community, and would like our city attorney to describe, give us the background, what's prevailing wage, and where we need to go to get this done. So, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. You covered quite a bit of what I intended to go over, but if I'm duplicative, I apologize. So first of all, what is a prevailing wage? Prevailing wage just means a minimum wage by trade. So for example, carpenter, plumber, equipment operator, et cetera, that is required to be paid to those workers to ensure that their wages are consistent with local standards, the local market for that given type of work. And you are all very familiar with the fact that federally funded projects already have a prevailing wage requirement through the Davis-Bacon Act, which in addition to prevailing wage also includes requirements relating to the posting of notices, so workers are aware of the requirements. And critically important also is the compliance reporting that the contractors have to provide to, in this case, the city, to confirm compliance with the prevailing wage requirements. So in connection with those federally funded projects and Davis-Bacon, the U.S. Department of Labor publishes and determines prevailing wages for the given trades in a given locality, and they update those over time as that prevailing wage fluctuates. The issue in Arizona is that for decades, actually dating back till 1984, there's been an Arizona statute on the books that expressly prohibits a municipality from requiring a prevailing wage in the context of construction contracting for public works. Okay, so roads, public buildings, bridges, all those types of things. Over time, however, the law has changed, and in 2016, the Arizona voters approved what was then Proposition 206, the Minimum Wage Act. And through that legislation, approved by the voters, so protected by the Voter Protection Act, the cities in Arizona were given the express authority to establish a minimum wage. And as long as that minimum wage, of course, was at least as high as the state minimum wage. So these competing laws created a conflict because on the one hand, you have the 1984 statute that says cities, you can't establish a prevailing wage, a minimum wage, if you will, for construction contracting for public works. But now through this voter-approved initiative in 2016, cities, you do have the authority to establish your own minimum wage without limitations as to whether that applies to construction contracting or not. So this legal conflict came to a head earlier this year in March when the city of Phoenix, for a brief period of time, adopted a prevailing wage requirement that would have applied to City of Phoenix construction contracting for public works. After Phoenix acted in March to adopt a prevailing wage requirement, a state senator initiated an SB 1487 complaint, which is, of course, a request to the Attorney General to weigh in and say, hey, is prevailing wage by a municipality in conflict with the state law that prohibits the creation of a municipal prevailing wage requirement? Phoenix ultimately repealed its ordinance less than a month after it initially adopted it. But the Attorney General issued an opinion on the underlying question, knowing that the issue was going to keep coming up in different Arizona cities across the state. And in June, I think it was, yes, in June, Attorney General Mays issued her opinion and ultimately determined that the Arizona cities can, in fact, lawfully require a prevailing wage in their construction contracts for public works, and based that on the fact of the voter approval of Proposition 206 in 2016. Phoenix has not gone back yet to adopt a prevailing wage, but they've been continuing to discuss it, and the information that I have is that they'll probably discuss it at one of their council meetings in early 2024. I would ask that if the mayor and council choose to move forward with a prevailing wage ordinance, that you do frame it in the manner that the mayor described in her introductory comments, to include the components that, of course, it would apply to public works, construction contracts. That's the nature of what a prevailing wage requirement is. That it would begin with solicitations that are issued by the city on a set date, July 1, 2024, so that projects that are already in the pipeline, that have already been budgeted, et cetera, are not subject to it, and that projects going forward can account for it, right, when they're put out to bid. That we would use in terms of determining what the prevailing wage is for the different trade categories. We would refer directly to the Department of Labor's determinations under Davis-Bacon. I would also recommend that the code amendments require timely weekly payments to the covered workers in those trades, as well as compliance with the record keeping and the notice, published notice, posted notice requirements similar to what is in Davis-Bacon. Because it's important that not just that the requirements are in place, but that we can confirm compliance, right? Another component that the ordinance could include would be to prohibit the misclassification of workers as independent contractors versus as employees, so that they are in fact covered by the prevailing wage requirement that applies to the contracts. And so that's my recommendation, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity.
Council, just so that we can move into discussion, I'd like to offer a motion so that we can start discussion. Hopefully I'll get a motion in a second. So that I'd like to request a motion that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance that would amend Tucson Code to establish a prevailing wage requirement for city public works construction projects. The requirement will apply to public works construction contracts awarded by the city under Title 34 of the Arizona Revised Statutes, beginning with solicitations advertised on July 1, 2024, and that have an engineer's estimate of $2 million or more. The prevailing wages will be as determined by the U.S. Department of Labor and will apply to trades that are subject to federal Davis-Bacon Act requirements. The code will also require timely weekly payments for each worker covered and compliance with record keeping and notice posting requirements. The code will prohibit the misclassification of workers as independent contractors and prohibit cash pay. The code will exclude procurements for projects that are funded in whole or part by bonds or taxes that were approved by voters prior to January 1, 2024, and will exclude projects for affordable housing and projects performed under job order contracts. The city manager and city attorney are directed to have the ordinance scheduled for mayor and council consideration at the regular meeting of either the first or second meeting in January 2024, and that's depending on how fast you can work, Mr. Rankin. So that is the motion as presented. There is a motion. There is a motion and a second, and discussion. Any discussion? Councilwoman Lee.
Mayor, I just want to thank you for bringing this to the table. I know this is something that is very well aligned with the values that so many of us share. So I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. I also appreciate the narrative to address the things you talked about, Mayor, with wage theft, miscategorization, and making sure that these wages go directly into the pockets of the workers. So great job on coming up with a solution, and I'm really excited to support this. It's a great way to finish out the year. So thank you, Mayor.
Good Christmas story. Council Member Santa Cruz.
Yeah, also the appreciation for moving this forward, and also to all our labor groups, our brothers and sisters who are here at the audience and have been working with our offices for a number of months trying to bring this to the table. So much appreciation for all of y'all's work. It's the right thing to do for our working families. We all deserve living wages. And again, happy to be finishing out the year. I did just have a question for City Attorney. How, for projects that are under 2 million, how are we still making sure that folks aren't getting paid, you know, like under the table cash? Like how are those workers, how are we still looking out for them?
So our contracts that are awarded through Title 34 and through procurement already do require reporting, and that payrolls are subject to audit checks and things like that. But when we bring the ordinance back for the prevailing wage for the contracts that it will apply to, we can provide additional information about the administrative actions that are already in place to ensure fair treatment of employees and subcontractors as well under our existing provisions.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I also have some letters of support that we all received, but I wanted to make sure that I put it into the record, make copies for you. We've received letters of support from Southwest Carpenters, IBEW, Arizona AFL-CIO, UFCW, Jobs with Justice, and the building trades. And as a matter of personal privilege, I would like to, I know that we don't do this often, but I would like to invite some of the labor representatives here, if they can have a minute or two to add their feedback and an opinion on this particular item. I would like to invite Mr. Bill Reid from the Southwest Carpenters Union, as well as Josh Despain with IBEW, and Luke Douglas representing the building trades. If you'd like to use this microphone, the taller microphone up here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Bill Ruiz. We're the Western States, Western States Council of Carpenters, and it's a both privilege and honor to be here today. First of all, to thank you for hearing the voices of many working men and women that are out there every day sacrificing, excuse me, everything that they have to support their families and doing everything. This discussion, I want to commend all of you for taking it seriously and putting a lot of effort into it, because it's going to lift up the middle class that's been absent for so long. And a lot of our members that have worked on these projects for so long, that have put in so much time, can't, they build hospitals they can't afford to get care at. They build hotels that they can't afford to stay at, and resorts they can't afford to vacation at. And by addressing the wage area standards, you're able to lift them up so that they can have and appreciate that standard of living that they deserve from working and caring for their families, and relying less on a social safety net, which is going to save the city and state enormous amounts of money. So just want to thank you very much for all that you've done for the working men and women of Arizona, and particularly Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Despain, would you like to add?
All right, thank you. I'd like to thank the mayor and city council for considering a prevailing wage standard for city projects. As I am sure that you're already aware that prevailing wage standards provide fair wages and benefits for the workforce. They close the racial income gap, expand health insurance and retirement coverage, promotes quality work and produce good value for taxpayers, prevents less than ethical out of town contractors from bidding projects and securing the projects by cutting workers' wages, undermining safety practices, and using less that qualified workers, lowering the end product for taxpayers. Prevailing wage also benefits responsible contractors and the public by boosting productively, reducing injuries, and increasing apprenticeships. This helps address the shortage of skilled labor in construction and ensures that the projects are completely on time and within budget. What this failed to analyze was the impact that unfair wages has on our society. Increased crime, families' dependence on social assistance, increased homelessness to include families, and worker depression and increased drug use, just to name a few. Prevailing wages is not a pro-union or a pro-non-union classification, but contributes to the creation of fair pay, family-sustaining jobs, and a greater tax base that will improve our city and surrounding area. Prevailing wage allows the family breadwinner to provide the basic needs for their families and themselves. Nobody is going to get rich by being paid a fair wage on a prevailing wage, but will provide a living wage for the citizens of Tucson. Thank you again for putting this on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Despain. And then Mr. Luke Douglas, representing the building trades.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Luke Douglas on behalf of the Arizona Building and Construction Trades Council and the more than 15,000 workers that council represents in its 14 affiliate unions across a variety of trades. I want to thank the Mayor and Council for putting this on the agenda. We are very excited to see the first Arizona city enact a prevailing wage ordinance now that the Attorney General has said that cities do have the statutory authority to do the right thing for working families. I also want to thank Councilmember Santa Cruz for your question about the threshold. We are very interested in a lower threshold at some point for the projects that this ordinance would apply to, but we would certainly rather have an ordinance than not have one, and we are prepared to revisit that at a future time if that is just better for the city implementing this new normal and creating the new normal as you've discussed, Mayor. So thank you all, and we are excited to review the finished ordinance once it's on the calendar in the new year.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Any other discussion? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership in bringing this. When we first discussed it, I went away thinking, well, why haven't we done it before? And thank you, City Attorney, for explaining that the state legislature prevented us to until that decision has been made. So proud that we're going to be the first, so proud to support this measure. Let's do it.
Any other questions? Councilmember Kozachik?
I just have a couple of questions as to its application. It says that it excludes procurements for projects funded whole or in part before January 2024. So two questions. Number one, will this apply to RTA projects going forward, assuming RTA next passes? And secondly, it excludes projects for affordable housing. We're including certain percentages of affordable housing in some of our zoning decisions right now. What's the threshold for that exclusion?
As that word.
So, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, first with respect to affordable housing, as contemplated, the prevailing wage requirement that would be a blanket exclusion, so there wouldn't be a threshold on the amount of that project. So as proposed, it would not apply to projects for affordable housing at all. And then with respect to RTA, as proposed, it would apply to solicitations in connection with RTA projects that were not voter approved by January 1st of 2024. So ones that are already within the RTA first, I'll call it, would be excluded. Going forward, if RTA next goes to the ballot and is approved by voters, then and it's a project within that RTA next that is city-operated, city-procured, then it would apply, except that if the project also involved federal dollars and is subject to Davis-Bacon anyway, then it wouldn't make a difference, I guess I'll say.
So I guess my only concern is that if we're excluding, quotes, affordable housing projects, and we're right now doing like 10% affordability, that would be excluded from this? I mean, we have some pretty substantial zoning conversations happening, and that should be covered.
Well, it would be excluded from the prevailing wage requirement. It wouldn't be excluded from your ability to require affordable housing components.
That's my point, though. I don't believe that if I, as a developer, am proposing 250 units of student housing or whatever it winds up being, and as a condition, it can't be, I know it can't be a condition of the rezoning, the inclusionary zoning and all that, but if they incorporate, say, 10% of the units as affordable, we should still be able to implement the prevailing wage under that project. And secondly, we need to, when you bring it back, define what's affordable housing. Is it 80% to 120? What is that? So it needs some more specificity.
On the,
Thank you.
what constitutes affordable housing.
Right.
And I believe that your concern is mute, council member, because this only will specifically apply to City of Tucson funded projects. So for example, a developer that's doing their housing development, it would not apply to, it would apply to taxpayer funded projects from the City of Tucson.
Yep.
Any others?
Question.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Fimbres.
Okay, I thought we're in second city of the state to do this. Phoenix was already doing that, I thought. Is that true? City of Phoenix?
So, Councilmember Fimbres, the history in the city of Phoenix is rather fascinating. The city did, in fact, adopt for a very brief period of time. What they actually put forward was a resolution. It wasn't an ordinance. They did it at an emergency meeting called with 24 hours notice by the then mayor and council in March, and adopted the prevailing wage requirement without going through the manager's office or going through the city attorney's office. Let's just say there were significant problems with the action that they took, And the voting bloc that adopted it was made up of largely of council members who had already termed out or had lost their reelection, so it was their last meeting. So what happened is at the next meeting, when the new council members came in and the city manager went through the implications of the form of the ordinance that they had, or resolution they had approved at that time, they repealed it and said, let's study this and do it in light of whatever the Attorney General's opinion is going to be. Because remember, at that time, the Attorney General's opinion hadn't been issued yet. The Attorney General's opinion came out in June.
Thank you, Mike. How can this withstand a 1487 challenge? Will it be with the AG's opinion?
So with the issuing of the opinion by the Attorney General, we don't have any exposure or concern with respect to a 1487 complaint. If the mayor and council approve a prevailing wage, we already know what the Attorney General's position on it is, which is that we have the authority to do it. Whether there's a subsequent legal challenge to the approval by the mayor and council, we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you. I'm applaud your efforts on this issue. Let's get going.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just a question for you, Mike. What would be the best date? We have the first meeting in January, I believe, is January 9th. The second meeting in January is the 23rd. In terms of being able to work on the language and submitting it, making sure that all that is talked about is referenced in the ordinance, when is the best time for you?
Mayor, members of the council, you know, the next meeting is nearly a month away, but the delivery of the materials, right, is always the week before that. You know, if the direction is as framed by you and as included in the motion, this language is pretty close to ready to go. So we could certainly, I can get the ordinance in front of you in the first meeting in January.
So that would be the 9th of January.
We can get it to you in front of you for the meeting on the 9th of January.
That would be wonderful. That would be great. So Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll go to roll call.
All right, and this is just me covering some bases here. There's some opposition that I can anticipate with this, but there's also some folks that may want to add some input that I want to make sure I get a chance to talk to. So I'm worried that we might be a little ambitious on going that tight. I'd probably ask that we do the second meeting in January, Madam Mayor, but if you want to go, I mean, I'm not trying to push back. I want to be sure. I don't want to be in a situation where we rush through it and then have to pump the brakes all of a sudden. I'd rather be very deliberate so that we're solid 100 ready to go. So I just think we might be cutting it a little tight. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think that language doesn't seem to be an issue. Maybe some refined definitions of what affordable housing means, especially, you know, built by the city of Tucson. I would rather we have a goal of January 9th, and then we can always, through agenda committee meeting, change it to the 23rd. So if we all feel comfortable to do it on the 9th, and if there's any movement, we can always move it to the 23rd.
I think it's the 24th, I think. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Martin Luther
it's the
King Day's
25th.
the week before. Okay, that's perfect.
Okay. All righty. So roll call, please.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the incredible work, everyone. And hopefully we'll make it to the 9th. Thank you all. All righty, we move on to item 4. Item 4, Mayor and Council will discuss and provide direction as appropriate regarding 3 recent meetings of the RTA. We'll start with Mr. Manager, Mr. Ortega, and then I have some input.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this is part of our ongoing discussion regarding the RTA and specifically RTA Next. There have been a few meetings since we last gathered. There's been meetings of the Citizens Advisory Committee, the Technical Management Committee, and the RTA Board. So we will give you an update on that. Sam will talk through some of the detail. So, go ahead, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. It was a busy week last week. Spent a lot of time in meetings discussing RTA Next plan development. I'll try to be as succinct as I can with my summary because there was a lot that was covered. Starting with December 4th, on Monday was the final meeting of the RTA Citizens Advisory Committee. They met for over 5 hours to discuss 4 different plans that were presented to them. Ultimately, the discussion led to the support of 2 plans, Plan 4.2 and Plan 5.1. The support was without consensus. Essentially, it was a split vote between those 2 plans. Really quickly, the difference in the plans was 4.2 included more funding for corridor projects. Plan 5.1 included more funding for transit. It was also worth noting that there was some discussion about including named projects in the safety and active transportation elements of that 5.1 plan. That discussion was led by Vice Chair Campbell, who did have some additional specificity, but wasn't allowed to share that at that time due to open meeting law concerns. It's also worth noting that a policy document was approved by the CAC with unanimous support regarding the development of RTA Next. Then on Wednesday, December 6th, there was a meeting of the RTA Technical Management Committee, or TMC. We met for over 4 hours to discuss the merit of both plans, and ultimately that discussion led to a split vote of 7-6 to not make a decision and forward both plans to the RTA board for consideration. Which leads me to Thursday, December 7th. The RTA board met, and both plans were discussed at great length by the RTA board. Ultimately, a motion was made by Pima County and seconded by Mayor Romero to state the following, and I want to read this because it is very specific on some of these elements. The RTA board directed the TMC to use both plans 4.2 and 5.1 and to refine the plan for RTA board consideration at a January 2024 meeting. They also directed the TMC to receive a presentation from the CAC working group led by Vice Chair Campbell, and that was some of the details that were discussed during the CAC meeting that we haven't been able to discuss in more specificity. Also requesting all jurisdictions confirm their priority named corridor projects and also identify named safety and active transportation projects. The 4th item was incorporate named corridor, safety, and active transportation projects into the plan. And lastly, ensure geographical distribution of benefits throughout the region and also within each jurisdiction. That motion was passed, I believe, by a vote of 7-1 or 8-1. I think there was one dissenting vote on that board. Mayor's looking at me. I thought potentially Oro Valley voted against that. But there was a lot of votes taken that day. Doesn't matter. So we've been given that direction by the RTA board. We have not yet met as a TMC to follow up. We expect to do that very shortly after the first of the year. And with that, I'll let the manager add anything I may have left out.
So Mayor, members of the council, I think the bottom line here is, what does this mean to the city of Tucson? So keep in mind that we have established and sent in a list of priorities. Those priorities are based on all the conversations we've had up to this point. It is difficult for me to say to you with confidence whether either of these plans address those priorities because they do lack in specificity. And so the specificity comes in the categorical components. And so what I've asked Sam to do is, as we get ready for those TMC discussions, to go through our priority list and compare it to each of the plans. Then go back and look harder at the detail that's what the opportunity is in the categoricals. So if you think of it, it's yes, and you look at the 4.2 and the 5.1 plan, they identify the corridor projects. And if you just take that snapshot, it does not look like the city of Tucson's priorities are anywhere in that. But actually, it doesn't address the categoricals in the detail that I would like to see. So what we'll do is we'll scrub that and look at that. Once I understand if that is in fact including some of the priorities that are established by the mayor and council, then I can come back to you with a recommendation down the road. Here's the challenge that we're going to have. The motion by Supervisor Scott was very explicit in that he wanted to see a recommendation from the Technical Management Committee in January. There was a meeting that was scheduled tomorrow for the TMC, and because of lack of a quorum, had to push it on to January. That's going to compress the time frame. So we're not going to have a lot of opportunity to go back and forth. So I'm outlining for you the approach that I'm going to take, representing you on the TMC, and then the conversations that the mayor can have at the board meeting down the road. We do have the meeting on the 9th. We'll put on a placeholder for more conversation. At that point, we'll have an understanding of where those priorities can look like they can fit going forward, and then we can have that conversation. So, Mayor, happy to answer questions. It's kind of a thumbnail sketch of a lot of hours spent on this, but happy to answer questions. Thank you, Mayor.
I just wanted to add to what has been said. On my end, made it super abundantly clear that whatever plan is brought back to the RTA board, that we must have a plan that brings back the priorities of the list of projects that are the priorities for my council colleagues and the citizens of Tucson, that considers all of Tucson's long-term and regional transportation needs, that we must have the RTA 1 projects funded, fully funded, in the RTA Next, that we need some clarity on how the RTA legislation impacts timing of the RTA Next, and the RTA Next election, and how we collect sales taxes from the next plan. And that we have to have a plan that gives Tucson voters a good return on investment. Tucson voters must feel as though any plan will answer to the needs that were very accurately portrayed in our Move Tucson plan, based on thousands of hours of work from our city departments and thousands of people's input for what we want to see in investment in transit and transportation for Tucsonans. And that we have to have clarity, as the city manager said, on the categoricals beyond multimodal corridor projects and named projects. So I felt that the direction or the motion from Supervisor Scott was fair and included the voice of the CAC, especially the informal working group that was not allowed to present to the CAC before. So with that, I'd love to open it up for additional comments and input from our colleagues. Councilmember Cunningham.
So a few things. I think that, again, what seems to happen based on my research of the situation is that we've got bits and pieces of good plans. And the other thing is that we've got 14 different people who have different ideas of what the good parts of each plan are. So you'll find 7 people that love 4.2, a little more than 5.1, but love to put a few parts of 5.1 into 4.2. And then you have another person who likes parts of 5.1, wants to put a few pieces of 4.2 in, except that neither of those people agree on what the good parts are. And so that's kind of where we are. And that's okay. That's part of this process. I think we're going to get where we're going to go. Again, I'd say for this body and for me, I'm going to keep pushing on the idea that corridor modernization is a big piece of what we want. We want to be able to modernize the corridors that the RTA helped us build and that we thank them for, but we want to be able to modernize them and continue to make them the corridors that people deserve. And so that's kind of how I look at that modernization piece is what I've really got my eye on, as well as filling out some other things with our long-term vision for BRT and our long-term vision for community-wide transit. So I think we're on the right track. I really want to commend both the chair and the vice chair, Maxwell and Campbell, for kind of getting us to a place where at least things are starting to come into focus. And this doesn't become and you, Mayor, I mean, 100, where things are actually coming into focus, and this isn't today is the first time in a while this wasn't going to be I need to hold back and yell about how annoyed I am. This is one of those things where I think we see it's not the beginning of the end, but perhaps it's the end of the beginning. Thank you, Mr. Churchill. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, you took away a little bit of what I was going to say. I'm so thankful to the volunteers on the CAC for putting up with what they've been putting up through difficult situations that didn't need to be difficult. And thank you, Mayor, and Mr. Credio and Mike for putting in way too many hours on this, because other people are making it way more difficult and way less likely to succeed. I'm still open, but I'm not holding my breath.
Any others? Councilmember Santa Cruz?
I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said, but I do just want to, what are the next steps from here?
So Mayor, thank you. Thank you for the comments from your colleagues. So I think there's a couple of things. First and foremost, I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic at this point. I think there's a lot more work to be done yet in terms of honing in on what the detail looks like. One thing that is not included today is pavement rehabilitation, and that I know was of significant concern. I know Councilmember Cunningham had mentioned that before, and some of you had that same interest. So that's important that we still need to go through. However, I think that the evolution of that conversation regarding the priorities, all inclusive, is something that you'll have more information in January. It is doubtful that the TMC will meet before your January 9th meeting. However, what I can do is start to craft what that conversation can look like from our end. Can't guarantee that that's what will be approved or recommended, but at least I can show you what that 4.2 and 5.1 plan, how that looks in terms of that combined. I called it the 9.3 plan because it's really combining the best of both of those. So that's the next step. So on January 9th, we'll have an update for you. I'm expecting, I think the next meeting for TMC is January 17th. So hopefully we'll have some resolution, at least some recommendation, so that when we get back together on the January 23rd, we'll have even more info. Thank you.
Any others? Councilmember?
Yeah, so just so I want to be clear about what was sent out that Rex got presented was called the hybrid. Is that what you're describing to us now?
I clarified that because I seconded the motion. There was a hybrid plan that Pima County put together that kind of melded in all of the needs and the different plans, and it was mostly an example that we did not vote on. It was basically Pima County saying we could come up with something like this, and this could fund all of the necessary pieces that everybody wants. So I made it abundantly clear that we were not voting on that hybrid plan, that we were only voting on the direction given.
Okay. Well, good. Because maybe I spent too much time going through the hybrid. I thought that was what we voted on, but so a few things. The hybrid does not, as you just pointed out, it has no money for road repair. Also, in RTA 1, the city of Tucson got almost 46% of the named roadway projects. We're getting just over 44% in this. The hybrid has $60 million set aside for contingency. I'll conclude with a question as to what is that, because it seems to me that if that's the gap between implementation and when we can start collecting, I've got some questions is about how that's being interpreted by the RTA. The hybrid allocates $540 million for the city of Tucson for transit. That just covers the cost of operation. It doesn't provide for any expansion over the next 20 years, and so that's a problem. We had a list of 1.3 billion in what we presented to them, and the hybrid leaves us with 930 million. That's $400 million less than what we had in our original ask. Grant Road phases 5 and 6 is still, that's $100 million plus dollars, and as the mayor pointed out, this has to be a part of RTA 1, still isn't addressed. And finally, almost finally, our half-cent 20-year projection that we did under Move Tucson is 1.3 billion, same as this. So if this was approved as presented, our cost of entry would be the $400 million we're leaving laying on the table. So those are some questions I've got, concerns I've got about the hybrid. And so if you could speak to this $60 million contingency, appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kozachik. So the contingency, quite frankly, was a little bit of a curveball for, at least for me and maybe for some others. So the entirety of this conversation was for, we'll call it economic downturns. Okay, that was all economic downturns. So that was the conversation we'd had for months, and I'll even say years. Up until this past week, did the RTA staff present that the contingency was part of the overlap cost of when the new RTA next tax goes into effect, which would be April 1, assuming it's successful, of 26, because the current RTA would end in July of 26. So that overlap, can't collect both at the same time, would be in essence a shortfall of between 30 and 40 million. So right off the top of the contingency dollars, we've got to set aside 30 to 40 million for that purpose. That's new. That's not something that we had ever discussed or really had understood. And I've been sitting at those meetings for years now, and I'd not ever heard that. What's important there is that we should separate that and not call it contingency, because it's not contingency. It's truly overlap, and we should be very upfront with the voter to say this is the cost to us of that overlap, of that change in time from April to July. So the TMC did direct, if you will, that be included in future budgets, a specific line item that says overlap. I don't know what the technical term is going to be, but it will basically be the overlap. On top of that is a conversation about contingency. In our world, contingency is something catastrophic happens. We see increase in inflation, decrease in revenue. There's some way to make up that loss, which is in addition to that $30 to $40 million. So, and that's extremely important in my opinion. Back to your kind of global view of this, you're spot on, and that's part of why I'm not ready to make a recommendation for any kind of action at this point, support or other, just because I don't know the details. So if you think about the initial package, the named projects, we can set those aside and say, okay, those are great, but now let's look at where the investments are on the categoricals. Because, for example, I know that Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Cunningham had observed that there's no projects or very little projects on the east side of Tucson. Okay, that's on the named projects. And so what I have suggested is let's look at the safety improvements, let's look at the other categoricals, the transportation improvements other than just corridor improvements, so that we can then demonstrate to the voter an investment across the entirety of the city, which is really the priority that you all put together, is the investment in a package for the entirety of the city. So until we can dissect it to that level, can I come here with confidence and say to you, yes, this is a good investment, and here is, and then the folks all over the community can recognize where those investments are going.
Okay, and that's all fair. I agree, contingency for the overlap is one thing, but I would not call inflation to be catastrophic. It's to be expected. And they still haven't, they've still got these IGAs that we're signing on with them that say that the lead agency is responsible for any cost escalation, which is just phony. You know, if they're not willing to recognize and acknowledge that inflation will happen, and therefore this $1.3 billion in our ask is really going to escalate, we're going to have to start chipping projects off the bottom right from the start. So those are concerns. And finally, as far as the East Siders are concerned, we can de-annex them to Vail anytime. That'd be fine. Not a problem. So.
Mayor, I would not recommend that.
I would not recommend that myself.
Thank you for that thought. But
And Councilwoman Lee has a response to that, I think.
Actually, no, I'm not even going to entertain that, Mayor. No, one question that Councilmember Kozaczek did ask in the previous item made me wonder if we need to relook at our list with the prevailing wage into consideration. I don't know the estimates that were used, but just to make sure we're putting forward a list that's executable, because I don't know how much that will impact the cost estimates. You teed that up for me, Steve.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, no, you're absolutely right, and I was thinking about that during the previous discussion, so we will look at that. And keeping in mind that when I have challenged the RTA staff on the inflation, the cost escalations that we've seen recently, their response has been, well, as costs go up, so does the revenue. That is the response to the inflation argument. So it's like, well, okay, but that's not been our experience. Just look around you today, and you can see the significant increases in cost in comparison to our revenue. So we will definitely be looking at those costs again and making sure that we're able to incorporate those costs going forward.
Any other questions? All righty, well, thank you so much for the update. We're, again, I too am cautiously optimistic. At least we're in a space that we're getting to at least agree on some things. So appreciate it, Sam, and Mr. Ortega, your work is invaluable and wonderful. And I do want to continue reminding us that reinvestment in RTA1 projects in terms of maintaining those projects, and I think you had said this, Councilmember Cunningham, before, should include modernization and pavement preservation to be able to maintain the assets that RTA1 built. So looking forward to the work that you have ahead of us. I too don't think we're going to be able to have a thoroughly discussed and approved plan from the TMC in the meeting in January. So I think we're going to have to give that some flexibility. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Sam and Mike, for the presentation. Really appreciate the work. Alrighty, so we move on to item 5. Item 5, time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to receive an update from staff and discuss the recommendations from the Transit Stakeholder Group. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, this has been an ongoing conversation now for a few years, probably since March of 2020, when the pandemic really ensued, and we met virtually, and we received direction from you to suspend fares. And there's been many conversations. The approach that I had been taking is a conversation every 6 months to give you an opportunity based on what's going on in the economy, based on what's going on in the community, to give us direction on fares. You then came back and gave us direction last time we met, where you were very explicit and said, unless we tell you otherwise, there'll be no more fares. However, do convene a stakeholder group to provide some feedback and give us some thoughts, particularly around the funding And so that's what we are here to report. There weren't any new thoughts that came out of the funding, so I'll turn it over to Sam, and he can report the inner workings and some of the recommendations from the transit stakeholder group. So.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. So that is correct. On May 9th, you gave me direction to convene a transit stakeholder working group. We did that and included members from the community, including the University of Arizona, Pima Community College, Tucson Unified School District, Pima County, RTA, and members of the business community. We also included members from the Tucson Transit Advisory Committee, as well as the Bus Riders Union. We've met 4 times, beginning in September through October, and then a 4th meeting on November to discuss really there were 3 recommendations that we were looking for from this stakeholder group. The first was a short term, which was the recommendation on securing funding for fare-free transit through the remainder of fiscal year 2024. The midterm recommendation was to secure funding for fare-free transit indefinitely, and then ultimately a long-term recommendation on a sustainable transit funding source. There was a lot of discussion through those several meetings we had. Each meeting was about 2 hours long, so we did spend a significant amount of time talking about this. I am, a little bit disappointed that there was not a solid recommendation for the short-term goal to solidly address the fiscal year 24 funding gap. The partners from the educational institutions are still willing to be at the table and have a conversation about what the future environment for fares looks like, but they indicated that their only willingness to participate financially would be under the sole condition that fares were reinstated. We did have some conversation and ultimately some recommendations on some of the other goals, and these are listed in your material. I'll list them briefly, and I want to read them verbatim because the stakeholder group worked really hard to come up with these recommendations. Then I'll talk about the 4th one and why we didn't move forward. So the first one was establish sustainable funding for public transit services by primarily using a combination of sales tax, property tax, service access agreements with public and private partners who directly benefit from public transit services. We all saw that there is value in combining those different funding sources to fund transit. The second was pursue actions to seek voter approval of a sales tax increment to be dedicated to improve transit service levels, including improved transit facilities for a specific term with a program of improvements as part of a balanced plan of multimodal transportation investments. We currently already fund transit partially from the RTA plan, the 2006 RTA plan, and as we just had in our previous discussion, it is included in the RTA Next plan development. And the third is to recommend Mayor and Council include in its next legislative agenda the pursuit of legislation that allows state revenues to be appropriated to support local public transit services. In our research for the Transit Stakeholder Working Group, what we found is that Arizona is one of the few states that does not allocate state funding specifically for transit services. We do receive HERF money for transportation, but that's it's very explicit that we can't use that for transit services. The 4th recommendation that we were going to share with you, but we've since had to pull back, is the formation of a Metropolitan Public Transit Authority. That legislation does exist. However, as was outlined in the city attorney's memo, there are some challenges with moving forward with that legislation, and so we've since had to retract that recommendation. We do have a 5th transit stakeholder meeting scheduled for next week to talk more about what the implications of the findings from the city attorney has on forming a transit authority, and if there are any other recommendations we'd like to discuss with the Transit Stakeholder Working Group. And I think that is everything that we have to cover. I do want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who participated, including members from your offices that spent all the time to come together and chat through this very complex and very difficult conversation. We did have, I think if anything, it was a very good education moment for all of us about how we fund transit in the region, and are there some opportunities to do something different moving forward. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting together the working group on this issue. I too am very, very disappointed that the stakeholder and the working group did not come up with additional ideas and concepts. And I'm particularly upset and disappointed at representatives from the University of Arizona, Pima Community College, and Tucson Unified School District indicating a willingness for their organizations to participate financially under the sole condition that fares are reinstated. So I believe that the public should be very aware that the U of A, Pima College, and TUSD would rather the mayor and council charge fares for them to participate. That is disappointing to say the least. So I'll open it up for questions and comments from our colleagues on the council. Councilmember Kozaczek.
In fact, it was right on that point. In our material, it says that U of A, Pima, and TUSD will participate in funding transit if and only if we reinstate fares. At what level would they be willing to participate, and what fare box revenues are they expecting us to recover?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, we didn't get into that level of detail in the discussion. The discussion revolved mostly around their concern about their students having a direct benefit for their financial participation in fares, that there was concern about simply writing a check, going into the bucket, if you will, that they couldn't demonstrate a direct connection to their students.
Well, and I believe that our response to that, they wanted data. We took months to compile the data based on the ridership and the routes that we provide Pima, TUSD, and the University of Arizona. And I don't know what else they want. We provided data based on ridership. So I just want to reiterate, the University of Arizona, Pima Community College, and TUSD would rather have the City of Tucson Mayor and Council reinstitute fares so that they can participate in a service that there's data that proves their students are really fully taking advantage of. That's very disappointing. I can't repeat it enough. So any others on the council? Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I'll just chime in and also share my gratitude for the stakeholder group. I know this is an incredibly challenging situation to try to navigate. I know we've been challenged with trying to find an optimal solution as well. So I am grateful for the time invested to do that. I know that we can't always just purely look at the numbers because we do a lot of social work with the community, but my questions are kind of centered around the money, right? The money at this point. So I know it says we have a gap of 8.2 million for the rest of the fiscal year 2024. They did come up with a few potential recommendations to look at for short-term funding. They're revising the transit 5-year investment plan, looking at service reductions that align with the revenue that we do have, the budget that we do have. Cost savings in SunTrans operating budget. I obviously don't know enough about where those efficiencies could happen, and allocating budget capacity from the general fund. And to Steve's point on what the potential partners consider reinstituting fares, I would be curious to get a little bit more definition around that. If there are certain services that we could consider implementing fares for that would also bring them along and help with some of the funding gap. Because I know, Mayor, you and I have talked about this, the sole burden being on the city's shoulders and looking at these funds. And then, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you have any forward look in terms of the 24-25 budget and our capacity to absorb those fees. I would be interested in hearing more about that because I know, and it talks in the material, we were able to absorb that because we had the COVID funds that were available and ARPA funds, and those are sunsetting. So I guess, Mr. Manager, do you have any guidance from where you see our ability to absorb this by ourselves in the future?
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, the short answer is no. Those are dollars that we're going to have to figure out between now and the fiscal year to include next fiscal year unless something changes. So that basically means that either we're going to have to think about what service levels we can scale back slightly to reduce some of those costs, up to and including what other opportunities there are within the budget. Just to refresh your memory, when I presented to you the budget numbers a few weeks ago, I showed you that I'm projecting an $18 million shortfall in '24. So if you add 18 plus this, we're up over 26 million. That is really something that's got my attention at this point. We will be working with the staff to reduce those costs as much as we possibly can through the end of this fiscal year. But short of additional revenue or revenues from another source, that's going to be a challenge for us going forward.
Personally, Mayor, and I don't know how you all feel, I would really be interested in, like I said, knowing more about what reinstituting fees looks like by definition for them, what they would feel comfortable with us doing to get them on board potentially. And then also, I don't see any choice but to look at these other considerations. You know, revising the investment plan, which is not optimal because we want to invest in our transit system, but we can't do both at the same time if we're already 18 million in the hole projecting, and then service reductions. And I guess I would be interested in seeing those options on the table, as well as if we were to consider reinstituting fares, what it would cost to get that up and running. I know there's no magic switch we just turn back on. It would take a ramp up timeline, it would take cost, and what could that look like, just so we have all the information in front of us to be able to make a decision. So those are my only thoughts, Mayor, on this challenging one.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lee. I know that Councilmember Cunningham wants to speak, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Well, the first thing I'll say is that if we're going to go down the fair path, it's going to be a path. It's not going to be. We're not going back to where we were when we left. So the idea that we're going to recover $9 million right away because that was what the old fare structure said, I just don't see that happening. What I do see is we've got to take a look at some other pieces. We have some premium services that exist, including express routes, including the streetcar, ultimately possibly BRT. Those are premium services that we offer that would probably be a better place to start. The other piece that I'd bring up is prior to us initiating free fares, we had a low-income program. That low-income program, I remember it got to the point at one point where it was easier just to make it free in the low-income program than to collect the $15 a month. Remember that? So I think that opportunity exists as well. I don't want to manage that program, though. I want to let the union manage that program, the bus riders union. I think we should empower them and allow them to have input in this process. That's the process we're going down. Finally, and this is probably the piece that's the toughest because we have anecdotal accounts. We don't have like a true, I'm trying to figure out how to frame it, but the bottom line is that we don't have a true understanding on where the code of conduct for bus, the responsibility is there. We've had these kind of isolated incidents on the bus that have led to an arrest or have led to this or have led to that, where really we just needed the person to take a break from the bus for a few days. And I don't know how we can have that built in. So as this conversation kind of evolves, I think we take a look at all those things and see if there's something we come up with. The bottom line is that I took the bus one afternoon a while ago during the day, between morning shift and swing shift, and it wasn't the conventional wisdom and assumptions that people have of the folks riding the bus is wrong. Most of the people that were getting on the bus were in their convenience store smocks and their fast food joint shirts going to work. And they're the last people we want to jam up and making them pay more money. So we've got to figure out how to navigate that. And here's the crazy thing. All those challenges I just said, I really think there's a structure and a plan out there that will meet all those goals. I really think there is. So I just want to lay out to everybody kind of what what the challenges are ahead of us. But the bottom line is that I think there's a way to fill that gap where we're addressing some of the incidents, we're getting people where they want to go, we're empowering the folks who represent the riders, and we're able to go to our stakeholders and say, hey, look, it does cost something, so you got to help out too.
Councilmember Cunningham, there is information and statistics based on data regarding the safety of our buses from Suntran. Incidents of any type of violence on our bus system went down 60% in the last, I would say, 2 years, Sam. So there is data that proves that our bus is a safe place to be. And then I do have a couple of questions. One, we have added routes to accommodate student ridership. Is that correct, Sam?
Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And so there are very specific requests that came from Tucson Unified School District. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
And how much does those cost us to accommodate the ridership that TUSD requested from us?
Mayor, we can pull that data for you. To provide a little context, the routes you're talking about support, I believe, Cholla High School and Tucson High School, as well as Rincon High School. Rincon and Tucson High both are on 6th Street, and we did add some additional buses in those routes and to specifically support when students are arriving to school and also leaving school.
Alrighty, I think we have to make sure that we add those up and add what that costs. I believe we also added to accommodate Pueblo High School. I was intimately involved in requesting these accommodations. I would love to be able to know how much that costs us to continue layering the information and data that we are providing the University of Arizona, Pima College, and TUSD. I also understand, Sam, that we provided the data in terms of ridership to Pima College, the University of Arizona, and TUSD, correct?
Mayor, that is correct, and we've also previously provided that to Mayor and Council. I think it was in a previous material for this item.
So we have that data. We know how much the ridership is, and based on ridership numbers breaking records, especially on the streetcar, I would venture to say that since we got that data, those ridership numbers for Pima College, TUSD, and the U of A have only gone up. So Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I think I share in your disappointment and frustration, Mayor. I think the frustrating part is to have this task force kind of just like, it's too difficult to think creatively about how to address this, so we're just gonna go with what we know and what's comfortable, and that's just, let's just go back to fairs and call it a day and let's be done. We don't get the luxury of getting to operate that way because we're trying to be responsive to like the needs of our community members. So we are being challenged to think creatively and think outside the box. And it is unfortunate that our community partners aren't willing to do that, but I am sure they'll, so like, I guess where I'm at right now is thinking about, like to back up what Councilmember Cunningham said about like, what does it look like to charge for the premium services? Where people that are generally using them can afford and not have folks that are low income, working families that are barely, making a paycheck to paycheck have to subsidize those premium services for students or for express routes. And when we move into the BRT system, just to take that into consideration, what would that look like to start charging for the streetcar instead of all the riders, that use the bus that we know are people that depend on it, having to subsidize for the streetcar. So what does it look like to do that? And yeah, like what is the cost of these added routes for the schools? Again, very, very disappointing, but city manager would love to have the opportunity to revisit some of the early conversations about how we make up that gap. And I just, again, want to put it into context that what we collect in fares is 8 to 10% of the total cost of, what it takes to run and operate Suntran. So I don't want to lose sight of that as we're thinking about the numbers going forward.
Also, I think that the stakeholder groups, those representing Pima College and those representing TUSD, and the person representing the U of A, they're administrators. In the case of Pima College, in the case of TUSD, we haven't asked their boards to weigh in. I mean, they are elected to represent the people of their community. So I don't know, is it, are we just gonna take the word of the administrators without taking it to question the Pima Community College Governing Board or the TUSD Governing Board? Are we going to ask President Robbins if this is his, decision based on one administrator that attended these meetings? I don't know. I think that the responsibility of students at Pima and students of the U of A and the families at TUSD should ask their elected officials representing them, what is their position? Or I just feel that we're giving them an out and not really having them as elected officials show up to the table and have a real discussion based on what's best for their constituencies. So I don't know. I think that it would be good, Mr. Credio, to have those numbers in terms of the accommodations we've made for TUSD and any other school districts, additionally to University of Arizona. I too am very curious about the question of maybe starting to charge streetcar users before we start charging bus riders within our community. Streetcar is mostly used by students and tourists that could help pay for or subsidize, as the council member said, those riders that absolutely have to use the transit system to either go to school or go to work or go to the groceries. So I really would like to continue developing this conversation. And to be honest with you, Mr. Credio, when is it that we would have to make, a drop-dead decision so that if we do go on the route suggested by Pima, the U of A, and TUSD of charging fares, when do we have to do that decision so that we can start letting the community know what Pima, the U of A, and TUSD want us to do?
Thank you, Mayor. So in terms of when, that obviously is up to the mayor and council's discretion. I will share that it will take us approximately 3 to 6 months to ramp up fare collection, just depending on what flavor, what route we decide to go here, no pun intended. So that is, 6 months is ideal. We can do it in 3 months. It would be rushing, but it would take a little bit of time. We do anticipate, as the material noted, to conduct a Title VI analysis. When you go from no fares to some fares, we have to make sure we're not disproportionately impacting the community. So we would have to build in time for that. I would certainly, I will begin working on fleshing out what a timeline might look like so I can share with Mayor and Council at a future date.
All righty. Council member.
Sam, could we compile what our ridership numbers are now and what they were pre-pandemic? And then I know also what they were in 2015 before there was a big dip in ridership.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, absolutely. And some of that information was presented to the stakeholder group. That material is included online in some of the presentations that we've shared, but we can certainly get most up-to-date ridership data. I will tell you that we continue to see historic ridership on the streetcar that we've never seen before. So we'll put that information together as well.
And then I also had a question about the Metropolitan Transit Authority. Mr. Rankin, you wrote specifically on these issues. Does the mayor and council have the ability to create the transit authority? But then we would have to go to the voters if we were to want to institute any type of either property taxes or sales taxes. Can you kind of clarify that piece?
Sure, Mayor. Really, the short answer is that the statutes that on their face enable the creation of an MPTA were determined by the Arizona Supreme Court to be unconstitutional in several different aspects. So even though the statutes say a city can create the authority without going to the voters, and then the authority has the ability to issue bonds and engage in other actions without additional voter approval, the Arizona Supreme Court says, no, that violates the Arizona Constitution. So what has happened since that time, and that was back in 1971, I think, that the decision came out, the statutes have stayed on the books. So every once in a while, as these issues are being examined about ways to fund transit, people look through the statutes and they see that and they say, hey, this is a great idea. How about establishing an authority? It can do all these things. But fundamentally, the answer is that for an MPTA to be viable, those statutes have to be rewritten and readopted by the Arizona legislature such that an MPTA would actually be a designated special taxing district, something like Rio Nuevo is as a special taxing district, and it would have to include voter approval for any bonding authority. But until those changes occur at the legislature, those statutes are really a dead letter.
Also, Portland, the city of Portland, Oregon, created a financing, a district. And I believe they used that for their streetcar, but they created it before they built the streetcar. And so they can charge property taxes to help support maintenance and operation of their streetcar. Is there still an opportunity to designate a district surrounding the streetcar? Because let me tell you, property owners along the streetcar have financially benefited from this for years now. And so is there an opportunity to still create a district?
So the creation of a district, including a special taxing district, which is what you're talking about, has to be expressly statutorily authorized. And it's not for those purposes. So again, the legislature would have to create the ability to have that type of district. And then if such a district is authorized by statute, then you have to go through whatever that statutory process is to create the district, which will also define what any revenues that it generates are eligible to be expended on. So we're a long way from being able to do something like that.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the work on this, Mr. Credio. And we have to move on, but I think we're gonna have to revisit these issues in January to try and give the community some clarity on fares. I do see Councilmember Fimbres with his hand up. Councilmember Fimbres, did you have anything to add on this item?
When I started to initiate this, it was during the COVID time. Now, how do we deal with the fare situation in the interim after January 1st pending any action, Title VI study or the Title VI study?
Mayor,
So
excuse me.
But Mike,
I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought you were finished, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, Mike.
Mayor, Councilor Fimbres, what we will do is bring back for you in one of the January meetings how we will address that. And my gut is that we would bring you a schedule with recommendations based on some of the feedback we've gotten here, both on the, we'll call it the specialty routes, but also on the streetcar as well. And we'll, as a part of that, we'll bring back a timeline for you. Councilmember Lee had also asked for timeline on fears in general, as well as a potential cost and revenue piece of that. So we'll bring those back to you for consideration in the future. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Is there an ability also to be able to bring an option of charging for one piece of our transit system versus the other? So in other words, charging for streetcar and then having the bus system free?
Mayor, we'll go ahead and explore that option based on the conversation today. I believe that there is, but we'll confirm that. And when we reconvene with you, we'll have some more information on what that looks like.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the input. We move on to item 6. This time has been reserved for Mayor and Council to receive an update on the progress made by the Office of Equity and plans for 2024. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, members of the council, this is one of your periodic updates on the Office of Equity and some of the things that we are working on in that office. I do have Larisse Walker with me, and she will take the lead and make the presentation. Larisse?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. So today we're bringing to you an update on some information we presented back earlier this spring about the equity budget analysis.
You'd say next slide.
Oh, next slide. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. All right. Okay. It's not working.
It might need to be turned on.
Maybe not, just say next slide.
Next slide, please. So this is our second year doing the equity budget analysis, and during the first cycle, we did it back in the summer of 2022. It was only done on supplementals. This past fiscal year, it was done on our entire department's budget, so we're excited to be bringing this back around for you all to see. This slide that you guys will see is that we had 16 departments participate and fill out the equity budget analysis compared to our first time around where we only had 13, so that was really cool to add more departments and subdivisions across the city to this. You'll also see that our score has improved for the city as a whole by 3 points. So you'll see when we first did this cycle the first time around that our city had landed in establishing equity, right? So what that means is we were just now understanding what do we need to be looking at and thinking about how do we improve our organization's practice, programs, and policies. And now we're up into the approaching equity phase where our departments as a whole collectively as a city, we are starting to think about how do we start to normalize equity from programs, policies, and practices. Next slide, please. Here you'll see, we just wanted to highlight what the different scores increased for the departments in the 4 different categories. So you'll see an impact when we talked about how our city budgets from the department's perspective impact our underserved and marginalized communities. That score went up by 0.7%. We're also looking at our data. We're going to be talking a little bit more, giving you an introduction to our Tucson equity data strategy, but that went up by 0.6 points as well. Looking at accountability, how do we hold ourselves accountable as departments, but then also as a city, both to our elected leaders, you all, and then also our constituents in advancing equity. That went up by 0.6 as well. And then public engagement. How are we using the voices and what we're hearing from our constituents and our service users, whether they're internal or external stakeholders, to advance equity and hold ourselves accountable in that. Next slide, please. Oh. Thank you. So we just wanted to highlight a few things for you guys to see, bring your attention to. So we have some departments that scored significantly high. When we're looking at our housing department, you know, they have been robust and looking at equity just naturally out of the nature of their work. We also wanted to highlight our Tucson Police Department as well. One of the biggest factors for them was their 30 by 30 initiative. So these are just some departments that we wanted to showcase for you. I won't read every word for you, but we wanted to show you that departments are intentionally thinking about their service delivery and the impact that they have on our communities. The next slide you'll see is we wanted to highlight our departments that had the most improved scores. So essentially what this means is, not that they had low scores previously, but these are the departments that significantly made a big jump in how they thought about how they do their work as an organization. And that's been our intentions when introducing the equity budget analysis. We wanted to support departments to shift their thinking about how do we look at our budget and our resource allocation to support our departments and our constituents at the city. So you'll see Park and Recs, they've been really intentional about their service delivery, offering discounted services and translation services, as well as our public safety communications department. One of the things that they're working on has been looking at using disaggregated data, which can be a little bit complicated when you're doing service calls, but we're really supporting our departments to make sure they have the tools and resources, no matter what their department service is, that they can advance equity as well. And then we highlighted human resources and business services because these two departments are internal-facing departments, so they don't have a lot of communication or services external-facing. And really, again, human resources have been, embarking on this journey of looking at employment, looking at pay equity, things like that. And then business services has one of the biggest factors for them is looking at our health insurances, making sure that we're supporting our employees no matter what their salary scale is to ensure that they have the tools and resources they need to be successful as well. So what's our plan going forward to support our departments to get everyone, going through the motions of establishing equity, transforming equity, and things like that? We really want to be intentional with our impact area. We'll be supporting the city with drafting an equity action plan, which will be a policy or plan that we want our city to follow to make sure every department has the resources they need to embark on equity. Tucson equity data strategy, we're going to give a high-level overview of that in just a moment. And then accountability, the equity office is working on an annual report, so that way this will be a public and internal-facing document for our constituents and employees to see and track our progress on equity. And then public engagement, we've been really intentional the last 6 months to think about how can the Office of Equity support departments and supporting their public engagement efforts with the community. So we are working on a public engagement strategy as well to ensure that our services are synced. So now I'll share and transition to Laura Sharp on my team to talk about the Tucson equity data strategy.
In 2021, Mayor and Council outlined a program for the Office of Equity that was data-driven, using maps, demographics, and indicators to guide investment and prioritize projects. Today, I'll give you an update on what we're doing to meet that goal through what we call the Tucson Equity Data Strategy, or TEDS. TEDS is a suite of geographic and demographic resources provided by the Office of Equity to staff and members of the public to help them use data to advance equity in our organization and our region. TEDS is made up of 4 parts: the Equity Priority Index, the Equitable Data Collection Standards, an Equity Open Data Hub, and a Demographic Lookup app. To keep this short, I'll focus mainly on the Equity Priority Index, which is going to be an important tool in how we prioritize where we locate our projects. If you're not familiar with an equity index, you can think about it as a map that takes several demographic data points and rolls those up into one comprehensive data point to simplify decision making. If you are familiar with equity indices, it might be because the city already has 3: the TREE Equity Index, DTM's Equity Priority Communities, and HCD's Neighborhood Vulnerability Index. These have been really valuable assets to help us decide where to plant trees, how to roll out pavement improvements, and where to locate our newest Thrive Zone. The problems with these is that they all use slightly different demographic variables, which means there's no clear understanding of what the city of Tucson means when we say we're prioritizing vulnerable communities or marginalized populations. The other issue is that none of these have plans to be updated. They were created for specific projects at specific points in time and have since become outdated. To build on these previous models, the Tucson Equity Priority Index will provide one clear understanding of who it is that we're talking about when we say vulnerable or marginalized populations. More importantly, this index will be maintained through a data automation process so that we're always using the most current data and that it will be a sustainable tool that can be used in our workflows for years to come. Finally, the Equity Priority Index is based in part on community input. So it's not just reflecting raw data, but also the needs and priorities of the citizens. To make this a little bit more concrete, I'm going to provide a really simple example of how someone might use the Equity Index to prioritize bus stop improvements. In these maps, the green dots represent bus stops that don't have shelters. These are overlain on the Equity Priority Index. In the second map, we're looking at just the bus stops that coincide with the high priority areas. And in the third map, we're looking at the bus stops that coincide with high priority areas and areas where the majority of the population, or the highest number of population who don't have access to a personal vehicle and are therefore more likely to ride the bus. So using the index, we're able to whittle down 471 potential stops to just 18 where those improvements will have the most impact. I want to make it clear that just because we're recommending a specific equity index that we think people should use, this doesn't mean that we're getting rid of program-specific indices. Rather, it's a foundation that those indices can be built on. For example, we can take the Equity Priority Index and combine it with transportation access and sidewalk quality to get a Transportation Equity Index. Or we can combine it with crime rates and response times to get a Public Safety Equity Index. A lot of times when we're talking to departments about how to incorporate equity in their work, and especially data, they ask, well, how important should equity be? How much should we weight it? And at this time, our response is, that's up to the discretion of the department. So if we're looking at where to locate new broadband services, equity might be 30% of that final score, and existing broadband coverage could be 70%. Going forward, we might want to decide as a city that there is a minimum weight that we would like equity to account for to make sure that we're meeting our citywide and departmental equity goals. Really quickly, I want to introduce you just to the other parts of TEDS that I think will be really useful for people trying to use data to advance equity. We have our equity data collection standards, which are intended to guide staff and members of the public in how to responsibly gather data from and about people. We have our Equity Open Data Site, which is a public-facing centralized repository of census data that has been pre-apportioned to areas of interest to the city of Tucson, like our neighborhoods and our ward boundaries. Like the index, this update will be automated, so the data is always updated, especially when our boundaries change. And finally, we have a demographic lookup app, which is a web map where you just need to click on any area in the region and it will generate demographic visuals that you can use in a report or presentation, and this is designed to make data available to everyone, including those who don't have any previous skills with data.
Thank you, Laura, for that presentation. So just to share briefly, looking ahead, we are finalizing the toolkit for the Tucson Equity Data Strategy. A lot of the materials are live online, but we are looking to make sure that that's public in January. We also are administering a new citywide employee equity assessment. So this is feeding piggyback off of the GARE assessment that was done back in 2021. And then the next thing we're working on is working with our internal departments who are internally facing to look at an equity audit, so looking at workforce, procurement, organizational culture, and et cetera, to continue to advance equity. In March, we're looking towards the third phase of the equity budget analysis for 2024, for fiscal year 2025. And then we're looking at, drafting up what does a public engagement strategy look like for the city of Tucson, and how do we start to embark on that next journey for us. And then during this entire time for the next year of the Equity Office, you can expect our work plan to be heavily focused on looking at what does a citywide equity action plan look like, how do we go through those department interviews, figure out those top priorities that we all would like to focus on, and then creating some type of implementation plan, and then a metrics accountability structure as well. So that's all that we have. We're happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Larice and Sarah, for your presentations. Really informative every time you come up here and give us an update on your work, which is very important for all of us. you know, we talked about, this particular mayor and council talked about an equity office back in a retreat of 2020. I think it was February of 2020 that we talked about an equity office. And I just want to again thank Councilmember Santa Cruz for introducing the idea, the concept, and now it's reality. And we have incredible staff like Lori's Walker and her staff that are making this happen for us. And I just want to make sure that we all understand that these efforts will soon get our citywide equity score to an 8. That's the highest score for a city. And in short, 3 years? And it took us a long time to find you, Lori's, by the way. I would say like 2 years. we are coming to this place where we are scoring pretty darn well. So looking forward to the continued work. I'm excited about the equity data strategy, which you guys are calling TEDS. Very cute. You know, I just want to make sure that I continue encouraging the city manager, all of the department directors, and their staffs to continue working on this issue, that this information will give us incredible data to base our decision-making, our policy-making, and our budget-making to try and really target areas of our city that have seen historic disinvestment and that need the investment the most. So congratulations. Thank you so much for the update. Any comments, questions, concerns? Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Laurice and Laura, for the presentation. We recently met, and I just want to thank you for the individual help you've been to Ward 3's office. My colleagues may not know that Laura worked with CJ to produce a database to help us with the decision-making about speed humps, so that we're not just the loudest voice gets a speed hump, but need and equity is in the process, and that's going to be very helpful. And it took me a while to understand the equity budget analysis thing, and we have a budget, so at some point we're going to go through that process with our personal ward budget and see what we can learn from it. Thank you again.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any others? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
No, I'm like already nerding out with all the data and the numbers, the examples that y'all gave, and I look forward to being able to use these tools, because a lot of times we're doing presentations to the community or at the U of A or, you know, wherever we're asked to, and you're always trying to, you know, like find this information, and you have to look at different maps and different tools. So I look forward to. So when is it going to be online for us to access?
It's already available, but it will be complete in January.
Okay, all right. And yeah, I think like the mayor said, that we continue, you know, to encourage our departments to use, you know, data to inform their decisions, and that's what we've been talking about. It's not just like, oh, I have a feeling that things are really bad in these parts of the city. It's backed up by data and information that can help us address that. So looking forward to putting shelter on those bus stops, those 18 bus stops, city manager. Okay.
Bus stops or bus stops and shelters? Okay, okay. That's what I thought. Nice looking ones too. All righty, any others? Any others? Thank you so much. I really appreciate your work. And yeah, let's move ahead. Wonderful work. Alrighty, so we are moving to item 7. Item 7 is the Randolph Golf Complex. I have requested a review and discussion of the completed Randolph Opportunity Study relating to the Randolph Golf Complex. And as Lara comes in and sits and gets herself ready to discuss with us, I just wanted to again ground this conversation today in the dialogue that our community has been having about Reid Park and the Randolph Golf Complex and what the entire acreage of Randolph and Reid Park mean to the entire community. It's always been important to me to continue to invest in the infrastructure and resources that create the best possible quality of life for Tucsonans. And even though most of us carry the tradition of having the council member that geographically represents an area, most of the time lead, this particular park and golf complex is more than just one ward, right? Reid Park and the zoo and the people that use our baseball fields and High Corbett and the amphitheater and the golfers, the people that walk and run and roll using the path, the classes at the recreation center piece, the ramadas, that are used by all in this community, the dog park, the rose garden, all of it improves the quality of life for our community. And Randolph and Golf Complex should belong to all of us. And that's one of the reasons why I really challenged the Parks and Recreation Director, Lara, who's here, and the city manager, and my colleagues on the council, when we were looking and planning and doing a master plan for Reid Park. I really challenged our staff to take a look at the entire property and how we can examine, get community engagement, and really look at our assets and our resources so that we not only invest in them, but really look at what will take us into the next 30, 50 years of life of those assets. So I understand that while considering change can always be very challenging for some, it is also an opportunity to reimagine, reprioritize, reinvest into resources that belong to all of us. That's why we have been doing input sessions with neighbors, with stakeholders for how many years now? For some time now. So I'm happy to see the possibilities to be able to create a vision with you all, my colleagues on this council, to be able to create an even more accessible piece of property for not just golfers, but the public, to create green spaces and opportunities for recreation, but also the possibility of return on investment. If we go back and we evaluate the investments that we can make to make our assets that much more productive, and I'm thinking about the clubhouse and the driving range and the possibility of bringing community to use those spaces more, it is really exciting. I understand that, Lara, you have a presentation. I'll open it up. I just wanted to make sure that I set the tone and that I put on the record why it's important for us to take a look at these assets and then either give direction to move forward or not. So with that, Mr. Ortega, I don't know if you wanted to include anything in your opening comments.
Mayor, I think what I'd like to do is let Lara go through the presentation, and then I will summarize some thoughts. And I know I've heard comments from some of you about some of the concerns that you're hearing. I think it'd be better that way, if that's okay with you. Okay, Lara.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. So just to take us back, it was almost a year ago that we were asked to go ahead and commence with a feasibility study. We then came back in July and shared some of the preliminary concepts of what was coming out of that process, and then was invited to come back and report on numbers and a little more detail on the feasibility. So I'm going to run now through our slide deck, and then I'll be happy to answer your questions. So next slide. Or, okay. So how we approach this is and I didn't know if I had control or someone else had control. Okay, thank you. So how we approach this is that we were very mindful, and because we had very positive feedback from working with Sasaki on the Reid Park Master Plan process, we asked them to go ahead and engage on doing the feasibility study. So we set up stakeholder meetings in March of 2023 over at Randolph Golf Course, and intentionally did 5 separate meetings of different audiences so that we could make sure we were getting a diverse feedback in terms of the complex at large. In July, as I mentioned, we came back and gave you all some of the preliminary information that was collected from that process and what Sasaki was telling us. And then in November 4th, in fact, we had an open house back at Randolph for individuals and it was open to everyone, including everyone we invited in March, to come and review what the feasibility study had summarized. Since that time, we also did do a quick presentation to our commission, and we participated at Ward 6 in a meeting that Councilmember Kozaczek set up for us to participate in. Next, no, never mind. I have control. So the stakeholder meetings that we had in March really helped us to develop what the guiding principles were going to be for a feasibility study. Maintaining a high-quality 36-hole golf course was heard overall from all groups. It was not just those from the golfing community, but everybody who attended, even from the residents and the recreational users. There was feedback given to us about the aged condition of the courses right now and the facilities on site. There was also agreement on the need to elevate the pedestrian comfort and experiences. A lot of discussion about how unpleasant it can be, especially on 22nd, to be doing your walk, you're right there, right next to the cars, and it's not the most pleasant, it's not very shaded, and the condition of the David Bell path is aged. But there was an overall desire and a trend about the interest in connecting the community to more outdoor recreation opportunities, being able to find a bit of the balance and the connectivity between the golfers and the non-golfers in terms of using the space. Definitely a priority in respecting being the steward of water resources, acknowledging how much value Del Ura currently has in terms of flood prevention for the city, but also recognizing there's the opportunity to do some turf reduction and maybe even some GSI at the site. And then diversity of programming and revenue. You'll see the image in our concept it shows skateboarding. There is a little skate park right next to the Randolph complex, but it triggered also conversations about Audubon Society, knows that there's a lot of birders that come to the area, and there's the ability to drive revenue from non-golfers if we were to look at the facility and improve the restaurant, add some event space. The bathrooms there right now are not the best, so how could you just overall improve the experience for everyone, but then could potentially drive in more revenue, and then expand recreational uses and green spaces, and how could we entertain movie nights on the lawn or bring more folks in, maybe even add new golfers by changing the framework and the conversation of what the complex is there for. So, it didn't work. Here we go. So the existing conditions, many of you I'm sure are familiar, you've driven by it frequently, but 87% of the acreage right now is dedicated to golf use and 13% is park use, which is mostly the greenway areas and the pathway that are frequently used daily by individuals. The breakdown is north is 124 acres and the south is 113 acres. The opportunity plan entertains the idea And it's just an idea. And I just want to make sure I'm very clear on that, because no schematic design, no technical design has been done, but it entertains the feasibility of being in to bring in the boundaries of both golf courses and increasing what that recreation user experience could be on the periphery, creating pocket parks, expanded larger walking path, and also a bike path, so you could have multimodal use of the path. We frequently get complaints about there's not really a great place to run in the area, but then also too, the cyclists talk about that 22nd and Broadway are so busy, and so it would be nice to have a recreational path that's available. Other features that the opportunity plan considers is the actual improvement of the golf clubhouse and the potential for us to be able to turn it into an opportunity for a destination, not just for tournaments, but also for weddings and quinces and banquets and award dinners, et cetera. The idea, though, would be not to be married on what the percentage breakdown would be, but commit to the idea that North should be a championship golf course. Whatever that size of acres needs to be, that needs to be done by a golf architect. And then from there, work our way into how large a center path between the two courses could be and how much you could bring in the boundaries around the rest of the courses. It also entertains the idea of Randolph Way, which is the path or the main road that you take now to get to the zoo or to our office. Is currently a 3-lane road. It doesn't need to be a 3-lane road. You could take one of those lanes, and so move the green space into taking one of those lanes, turning it into 2. Sorry, I'm a little behind on my thing. So, and just to give you an idea, right now, the walking path is 23 feet wide. Again, aged, but that's a narrow swath when you talk about the volume that, I mean, every morning when I drive to work, I see a lot of people walking their dogs, pushing prams, walking with friends. And so being able to expand it to 50 feet and being able to have 2 paths that go through, again, one that would appeal to the walkers and the runners and the others to those that are using wheels. And that could be anybody that's doing hand cycling to someone on a bike. So the idea is to be able to bring in the boundaries and then create that space, that joint use space for all audiences. In some of the public meetings that we've had since the time of this concept kind of being presented and hitting the streets, we have heard concerns about liability and safety, about the potential increased exposure to homeless and the cost. So we're going to talk about the cost, but I do want to point out that currently you have shared space. You have a path that has been there for many, many years circumventing the golf course. Some of the fencing that you see now is anywhere from 6 feet or even taller on Alvernon by the driving range. And so design teams, if we were told to move forward, obviously would be designing with the mindset of liability and safety concerns and making sure that they not only deliver on a championship golf course, but also a great user experience for recreation users of the path and the pocket park. There you go. All right, so cost summary. So I want to start out with the foundation of what we know we have in funding, which is 100% 407, which we have to deliver on. It was passed in 2018 with $4.9 million allocated specifically to both golf courses because we know that there is aged irrigation there currently. And then also for the path, 967, we'll just call that $1 million, to do improvements and renovations to the existing path conditions. What we forecast is that if we were asked to go ahead and continue having conversations and go out into the community and meet with different entities, that we believe that we could raise $3 million through different partnership opportunities, and that would be focused more on what we want to transform Randolph North Golf Course into, being championship level, to be able to attract different tournaments, both national but also local tournaments. And then also considering the use of the clubhouse area to facilitate support, event services, not just for the community, but for tournaments themselves. Storm to shade, I mentioned before about the water stewardship, considering the ability to add more GSI. So working with that group from Tucson Water and how could we invest some money at the course. And then also state ARPA funding to attribute to the path improvements, because we know that we have that money available, and that certainly is providing folks in the same nexus of what COVID was supposed to do and what ARPA money was supposed to do, which is provide folks a service to be outside, have separation from each other, and use the experience. So it's it's $1 million opportunity for us to invest there. The breakdown of expenses are basically estimates that we were able to get from their various professionals that we spoke to. And the consideration is that Randolph North would be a $14 million investment. The clubhouse renovation and expansion, 8.5. Paths and improvements, 5.2, and Del Uric to account for just moving in along 22nd, the path to improve that experience at 1.4, which comes to a total of $29 million, which leaves us with a delta of $18 million. So what I also want to review with you is the idea of phasing. I think a lot of people have looked at the potential of this concept as one big bite, but really we can break it down, and the flexibility certainly is there for us to do each part on its own or consider doing multiple parts together. It's really about what the will of the mayor and council really would be. But phase one ties in directly to what 407 has committed to deliver. It would do the improvements to the golf course. It would allow us to move in the fencing and improve the pathway. And I'll show you an image that ties to that in 1 minute. And then in phase two, we would propose that you do the renovation of Randolph North, the main path between the courses, the path improvements on North Randolph Way, Broadway, and North Alvernon at the same time, which would come to 18 million. Phase three would be the restaurant renovations and event space at 8.5. And then a future phase would be that portion of the road diet going down from 3 lanes on Randolph down to 2 for 620,000. So I'm just going to show you to help you to understand or put a frame of reference to what those phasing areas would be. So phase one would highly focus on 22nd. The number one complaint that we got through both the Reid Park Master Plan and the stakeholder engagement was just what an unpleasant experience it is to walk along this particular area. So if we were to take the existing 407 money that has been allocated and is aligned to what this proposes, we would be able to engage for a design, and then of course engage the Army Corps of Engineers in what is proposed to make sure that it meets and keeps us compliant with all of the floodplain requirements and design that has been done on that particular course. And the increased acreage that we would estimate, and like the little pocket park plus the walking path, would be between 3.5 and 4.5 acres. Okay. And then phase two, again, would focus in on Randolph North, the main path between the courses, the path improvements on Randolph, Broadway, and Alvernon at 18 million. Okay. And phase three would be, again, the clubhouse area at 8.5. It entertains the idea of removing the aged restrooms that we do get a lot of complaints about. The good news is that the restaurant currently has a kitchen of a size that would sustain doing events. It just doesn't have a lot of event space. So we have the opportunity to rethink that, to look at the pro shop, but also look at some nice outdoor space. This is a perfect time of year to go and have happy hour and look out on the course. So it's kind of like future forecasting what that experience could be at the clubhouse. And that would come in at 8.5. And then there we go. And then just the final, like I said, the road diet of the 3 lanes on Randolph down to 2 at 620,000.
Laura, can you go back really quick, Bill?
Sure. Okay.
Right here
on the moving into the course, what does that do to?
Councilmember, can you please put your mic on so that people watching?
No, it's on. It's on. It just, they can't hear me. What does that do to par 5? What does that do to the par 5, the third hole on the par 5 on Del Uric?
So we haven't actually done a design yet.
This is on the 20. Oh, this is the wrong map. I'm looking for the phase 1.
Okay.
I'm looking for the phase 1 map. Right here.
Okay.
So phase 1, does it affect the third hole? Does it affect the third hole?
So we have, initially, we got an opinion of some impact to 1 or 2 holes on Del Uric. But then in talking through, because we did do the RFP already for the irrigation work.
Okay.
Through that, we were able to consult with a golf architect through that company. We think that there's a lot of opportunity to talk about very minimal impact to Del Uric.
That's all.
And until we can go into design, I wouldn't really be able to confirm for you what holes would be touched.
I just wanted to, it didn't look like moving the path back. It didn't seem it was possible to preserve the par 5 on 3, which is the longest hole on the course. So I just wanted to, that was my, just red flag, that's all.
No problem, no problem, understand. I believe that is the conclusion of
Wonderful,
mine,
because we
so-
do have a lot of questions
Okay.
and time is up. So,
I'm ready for you.
Mr. Manager, I just want to make sure that you explain to our council colleagues and the community, we are hearing a lot of usage of the concerns of our flood plain as, a possible excuse not to move anything at Del Uric. And so can you explain for us the function of Del Uric as a flood containment basin and how we would go about dealing with one of the main purposes of Del Uric is to contain water and contain flooding. So can you tell us a little bit about what
Sure,
we're
Mayor.
thinking of that?
Sure, Mayor, and I've heard from several of you regarding the concern that has been expressed by constituents on that. And without dating myself, I was engaged in the original engineering for that basin in a prior life. I won't say who I worked for at the time, but
You can say
what's
Pima
important-
County
I can say
Flood
Pima County.
Control.
It's
You
okay.
could say
It's
that.
okay to say that, Mayor.
Actually, it's
I was
good
just
for you
checking.
to say it on the record
I was
that
just
you
checking.
have a personal knowledge
I do.
of this flood basin.
I do, Mayor, and I've also played golf there, so I have a very personal knowledge. But I think what's important, and Lara mentioned it in her commentary, that, well, first of all, there's not intended to be a lot of impact to Del Uric, which is mostly where the flood control facility is. But the entire piece is part of a flood control facility. And I think there's 2 pieces to it that are important. One, that the volume of water or water that is intended to be held there is not reduced. And so that's what the Corps is going to be looking at, to make sure that the capacity, you can move stuff around as long as the capacity doesn't go down. The second piece is the size of the outlet. So the outlet where that water currently exits can't be increased to otherwise cause harm or cause more flooding downstream. So that will occur as a part of the design effort, and there's 2 pieces to that. Obviously, the golf design, as Councilmember Cunningham mentioned, will have to be worked out, so there'll have to be detailed analysis of that to make sure it works. But then the other part is the modeling for the flood control. And that has a lot of pieces. It's not overly complex, it's pretty simple, but it does require a process. And I'm not trying to minimize it, I'm just suggesting that there are solutions there that are within the realm of possibilities in terms of saying, okay, if we encroach from the pathway onto the par 5, we have to make up that volume if we take it away, so where does that go down? Something's got to go down. Very simplistically, that would be the approach. So I think that, like any other permitting, I think that we have to go through that process of design, and that is a component of the permitting. I think what's before you, and probably the bigger conversation is, does this concept make sense to you, and is it something that you would like us to pursue. Another piece that you have mentioned, many of you have mentioned to me, is the safety of the pathway between the two courses. Obviously, those are going to have fencing, they'll have netting, just like what's around the perimeter of the course today. Well, it wouldn't make sense to me to recommend to you to go after anything that would be unsafe. And so I think that, certainly it's no different than the current walking path in terms of safety, because there's netting there now. And so those are the kinds of things that are design details, but they have to be, we need direction. We have to go through this process to get, feedback from you on, does this make sense or not? Then we can go back and have discussions in more detail with both the designers as well as the permitting agencies, which would include our own risk to make sure we don't put people in harm's way. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that Ms. Hanway talked a little bit about this in talking about the phases, but I think for me, it would be prudent to be able to have, I really like this concept. I think that this could be good for everyone and good for the life of an important resource that we have. It would be good for the safety and security of those that golf as well. Well, it would be an improved and enhanced experience for golfers, but also an improved and enhanced experience for those that walk and roll and use the pathway at Reid Park and the Randolph Complex. And what really excites me is the possibility of additional greenery that can be shared with people that don't have to pay for that green space. Maybe even, and I know that Laura has said that maybe even, the skate park or other activities for young people that can be attracted to be future golfers. But also the idea of reactivating our clubhouse to make it make sense, but also make it make money for a return on investment and for it to be open up as a space that the community feels that they can go and use, like you said, Laura, for weddings and quinceañeras, or just to go have lunch with a friend if you work close to it. So one thing that I am concerned about is how to pay for it. And one of the questions that I asked the city manager is there any possibility of partnerships with, I know that the golf complex is on or close by the Rio Nuevo district. I think it falls through the Randolph Golf Course. And so is there any partnerships with Rio Nuevo or other private partners that want to see this investment happen for the benefit of, youth golf, as an example? The restaurant could see a big return on investment. And just for your information, the driving range could be improved, and it could be an improved experience. As I know it, the driving range does have a good return on investment. Right now, it does have a good return, but we could modernize it and actualize it so that we could have much more use of the space during the summer. So, like you said, some of these plans say even adding shade and a more comfortable space for people to use during the summer could make it better. How do we finance it, Mr. Manager? And can we look into possible partnerships, and also the possibility of looking into the City of Tucson IDA to get, possible good interest rates into financing this particular dream?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. I've asked Lara to put the budget back up, and you'll see there's a $3 million line item. It says partnership opportunities, and that does include at least some very preliminary conversations we've had with Rio Nuevo, as well as with the conquistadors. Now, obviously, that's not solidified. We have no agreements with them, but the spirit and intent had been that they would be interested in partnering with us. So that's the outside funding that is out there, and we can certainly have more conversation with them. With regard to the $18 million shortfall, I'll bring back some strategies. My gut at this point is we can look at the investment plan as one piece of that, and look at where we are investing currently, but also look at potentially financing. My concern would be if we look at financing today, interest rates are pretty high, and I don't know that I would recommend that right now. However, if we stagger the improvements and phase them, I think we can have a conversation around that in the not too distant future. You know, whether it's COPs or looking at even an internal loan that could be repaid later based on fees. The one thing that I would suggest to you, Mayor and members of the council, Phase 1 is extremely important because that's already tied to Prop 407. And so if we could get direction today on that piece, where it's the pathway along 22nd, that would be really helpful because, again, that's funded, that's Prop 407, and that would be really helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
All righty, so I would really like to put a motion on the floor and then continue discussion and take it from there. I'd like to the council colleagues to consider a motion to direct the city manager to come back with a more detailed plan about this concept, including continued engagement with the community and users, and a timeline and schedule that includes options for potential financing so that we could get a better idea of how the financing piece will happen.
Do we need to make the motion, Madam Clerk, or can the mayor make that motion? So I'm going to make a motion kind of like that. It's in the spirit. I'm really curious before we start the discussion, or I can make that type of motion and then have a discussion. I'm curious about Phase 1 and irrigation. So we go back up to Phase 1 on the slides. If we go back up to Phase 1, we've got the 1.4 on the cart path and the 900, what was it, 900?
I think it's 967.
$1 million, right?
Yeah,
967 on Phase 1 for the 1.426. Is that Deluric irrigation? Is that what that's for?
It would be golf course improvements and then looking at the irrigation improvements.
So this is kind of where I'm just on Deluric, not on the North Course. So the North Course would maintain its current status. So there's a couple pieces there. Actually, no. So ultimately, we'd still have a delta. Say we make this investment, we'd still have $3 million left in 407 money, ultimately for possible irrigation on North Course.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to move that we direct the manager to continue to explore the specifics in implementing Phase 1 and bring that back to the council. I further direct the manager to call, what's the word I'm looking for? To combine, to strategize a finance plan for the remaining phases.
So can you repeat the motion?
I direct the manager to begin the process of exploring the specifics of Phase 1 and bring that back to the mayor and council, as well as strategize a finance plan for the other 2 phases.
And a possible timeline and schedule If you can add
Yeah,
that to
the
your
strategy,
motion.
the strategy would include a timeline and schedule. Yeah.
And schedule that would include options for potential financing. So that's what you want to know. You want to know what the possibilities of partnerships and, okay. So that's basically the motion that I'm interested in hearing. There is a motion that includes moving forward with phase one and making sure that there's additional work for the rest of the concept. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, before you call for a second, if I could get some clarification on phase one, you said, council member, give direction to proceed and get into the detail, but then bring it back to mayor and council, which is fine. What's the expectation that you want back and forth?
Yeah, that's a good point. I just thought of that right now. My biggest thing on that is the third par five, is the third hole part five. That's like the longest hole in Tucson. It's a big deal if we lose that hole, man. I mean, there's a lot of golfers that play Del Uric to play the third and the 17. So we've got to be smart about what we're doing there. I think it's very novel to marry the existing cart path and the running path and having a different I think that's a very novel idea. I think that's really cool. But at the same time, I'm not giving up my par five. So that's kind of what that's the gist of it. I think this is a pretty cool concept. It also gives us some really nice accoutrements to what was needed in Del Uric for a minute anyway. So I think there's a lot of things going on there. I think it's good for the cyclists and the runners. I think there's a way to do it. But, you know, if we shorten that hole some 100, 200 yards, you know that we're going to get a lot of pushback. So I just want us to be very aware of that.
Mayor.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, if I might suggest then, I understand the par five, the concern for that and the reconfiguration of holes in the course. What I would suggest is that you give us direction to proceed as recommended and outlined, and should we affect that hole to a point where it is shortening it, or we start to find that we aren't going to be able to leave it generally intact, we may move it, may do some other things, but if it changes the configuration of play, we come back to you with a report. That way, at least we can keep moving on this thing. If you're okay with that,
Right, I
would
think
clarify.
that the hesitation is unfounded right now, only because it is a concept, and you know, it's a possible concept that could have a win-win-win. And I understand the hesitation by some people that golf. But really, there is more than just the voices of golfers. It is all of our voices that should be taken into account. And I don't think we have, Ms. Hamway, I don't think we have a design as of now, correct? I mean, do we know for sure right now that par five is going to be affected?
No, as I said before, we would really need to get a designer on contract to assess what is actually feasible and then make recommendations of how to accommodate.
And like I said, I didn't say that was going to happen. I just said I'm anticipating that's going to be a big degree of we're going to have a big degree
Well,
of
there's
pushback.
work, and that's why I believe
But we
that.
can't even answer that without the design. So that's why I'm making the motion to go forward, but I just want to have that out just in case we can come back and say, all right, well, let's.
Well, and that's part of that's what I'm asking for. The motion is moving forward and looking at a much more detailed concept, including continued additional engagement of the users, and a timeline, a schedule that includes options for potential financing. That's pretty much it. And so, we're not making a decision right now. It's basically, let's continue working on this. To be frank, the biggest question mark I have in terms of how we move forward is the amount of money and how we finance this dream, right? And if there's going to be actual return on investment. So I think we should move forward with
phase one.
Continued continued work.
In other words, let's
So you
flesh out
want to
the-
accelerate phase one.
I'm ready to
and then
start on
continue
phase one,
working.
but I want to I just want to give that caveat that if we have a big substantial change in the whole number 3, we're really, they're going to have to come back and talk to us.
Well,
It's
that's
gonna end up
the
happening
intent.
anyway.
That is the intent, Councilmember Cunningham. I think we want to, all of us, right? The guiding principles stated. The guiding principles state that everyone agreed, including birders, that we want to maintain a high-quality 36-hole golf complex. And so that's including par 5. And the additional investment in all of the complex. So I just want to clarify, this is moving forward, directing the city manager, this is your motion, to move forward with phase 1 and come back to mayor and council with a more detail about the concept, including continued engagement of the community, a timeline and schedule that includes options for potential financing. Am I correct? Is that what you're saying?
I think we're at this point, yes, we are mincing words otherwise.
Alrighty, so that
The
is your.
gist is the same,
That
correct,
is
Madam
your
Clerk?
motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Already, there's a motion and a second, and now there's discussion. Councilmember Fimbres.
Hold on, you got me on? Okay. What was the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the federal government involvement with those projects, the federal floodplains, to ensure with the downtown it's not flooded? How do they play? Do we have to get permission from them still? Mayor?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so absolutely, as I mentioned earlier, that would be a constraint and a piece that we would have to review. As Lara mentioned, we have not fully designed this. We don't have a designer on board. We have some concepts, some ideas. We believe it'll work based on some very preliminary information, but ultimately, all of the permitting that is necessary, we would have to obtain. So if this particular improvement along the pathway encroaches into the basin and causes a reconfiguration, that could require us to go through not only the flood control district, but also the Corps of Engineers. That is all part of the permitting process that we would go through.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions, Councilmember Fimbres?
No, man, I think you answered all of them.
Okay. Councilman Lee, and then I do see hand up by Councilmember Kozachek, and then Vice Mayor Dahl.
Quick one on this. With phase 1 and looking at ARPA funding as being a potential in the mix, is there a time issue with using the ARPA funding? Because I know phase 1 doesn't look like it would need ARPA funding. So just want to make sure I understand that piece.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, so the timing on all of the funding, including Prop 407, would be of concern or at least a constraint. So as we go forward and I bring back a funding plan for you, those deadlines will be included so that we can demonstrate how we can expend those dollars in a timely manner.
Perfect. And last, I am totally on board with the mayor in terms of a return on investment. I think that will be a large return on investment. I would love to see that though, not in super detail, but like kind of a break even, you know, based on these improvements, what we think that this will generate since we are using taxpayer dollars to fund things. So I think that that's definitely something I would love to see that in front of us.
So, Mayor, Councilor Lee, happy to do that. Keep in mind that the return on investment is oftentimes thought of in the financial sense. So we will do the math on what future play looks like and all things go along with that. But there's also the public good piece of additional open space. And so we'll identify that for you as well as best we can. That's difficult to quantify, but I will put that into the equation as best I can.
And on that note, is there a particular reason why, let me see, I think the retrofit of the clubhouse is on one of the last phases? Because you would think that that would be being much more open and selling food and alcohol would return on investment.
Sure, Mayor, appreciate that. We will look at that. Keep in mind that they don't have to be linear. They can be parallel. I think the reason that it was in this particular order is to address the open space component and conversation as a part of that north course redevelopment. Other than that, it's really just a funding piece. So if we can figure out a way to bring all of that together, the phases can be parallel. They don't have to be linear.
That makes sense. Councilmember Kozachik and then Vice Mayor Dahl.
Would you put the schematic back up there, whichever. The frames weren't numbered, so. Yeah. Yeah.
Turn it off.
If you can put it on turn the clicker off and on. If you can put the concept plan up, whoever's driving that. It's the one that has it says opportunity plan. Keep going. Right there, that's it.
Yeah. So when you're talking about phase one, we heard lots of comments about the walkability, bikeability, joggability along Alvernon as well. But you're just talking about 22nd Street and not Broadway also. So why is phase one simply 22nd Street and not the entirety of David Bell Path?
So the approach was, what is a way to be able to introduce folks to what the experience can be? It was where the major pain point was for the community in terms of when they talked about the whole circumference, where they felt that the least positive experience was. And since we knew that there was the potential of minimal impact to the course, it just made it a more digestible thing for us and tied 100% to 407. So didn't have to come, pursue external funding in order to be able to deliver.
Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, what I would suggest is, well, we can look at opportunities along Broadway. I think that's really tied to the course development on the North Course, but if that becomes a priority for some of the constituents, we can start looking at that post-haste as well.
Well, you can't ride a bike on Alvernon right now because the tree roots will knock you off your bike. So, Alvernon is as equally troublesome as is 22nd Street. As far as Rio Nuevo is concerned, their district ends. First of all, they require a retail component or they're not going to invest. Secondly, when they were engaging with the conquistadors, their strategy was, well, let's build the conquistadors an office complex downtown in the Rio Nuevo district, and they can use those dollars to offset some construction costs. But any kind of retail component along Broadway is necessarily going to affect the golf course, and it's going to incite some pretty significant blowback from a lot of the residents and users of those facilities. So I wouldn't be relying on Fletcher McCusker and his team to be stepping up. Furthermore, when the conquistadors were a part of the U of A conversation, they weren't anteing up any cash. They had a lot of good concepts and good ideas, but their checkbook was still in their back pocket. So I wouldn't be counting on them for partnerships. My first comment, though, is that I guess it's not my first, is that Pima County Flood Control District should have been brought into this from right out of the starting blocks. Any project that touches the site is going to require their approval, not just their nod of a head, but their approval as the original project sponsor, and they were. In addition to that, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is going to have to also approve whatever is decided upon. That process is going to take literally years. And several millions of dollars just to get through the design process on that. What's being proposed here, to Paul's question about whatever hole that was on the southeast corner, this will affect, if you do the overlay of the existing courses, on Uric it's going to affect 2, 3, 4, it's going to eliminate 2, 3, 4, and significantly impact 7. And on north, it's going to eliminate 1, 2, 10, and impact 11. You can't do that without affecting the topography, and you can't do that without initiating that entire 408 process. In addition to that, the proposal is going to shrink both courses. You can't take what is now a marginal tournament course and turn it into a championship course by making it smaller. If you've ever run a tournament or been involved in running a tournament, you know a championship course requires a spectator footpath throughout the entire course for circulation. It needs room for tents, for concessions, for restrooms, and operations and maintenance is going to go up. So if you're talking about shrinking the footprint of either or both of those courses, which that does, you're not going to come out of this with a championship course. You just can't. Championship courses are rated nationally. This is already marginal. There's no way a smaller, more compact course without any of those amenities that I just mentioned is going to compete with the resorts for tournaments. That's just not going to happen. I mean, let's just get real about that. If you increase the maintenance costs, you're going to have to increase the greens fees to well beyond muni rates, municipal golf course rates. So that's a pipe dream as well. Randolph is the only part of our golf enterprise that's making money. We're talking about shrinking it down right now and increasing the greens fees. I think that you're really cannibalizing the golden goose that's subsidizing the entire golf enterprise. I totally support doing improvements around the perimeter because that's what we heard. In fact, you were in the meeting when I asked the question, okay, we're hearing a lot of pushback about some of the pieces of this. Does anybody in the room disagree about improving the walking and biking and the perimeter path? Every hand went up. So that's a piece of it that I'm totally supportive of. Take the money that we've got and invest it in that. If you're looking for partnerships, look for ways that you can improve the perimeter element. That 408 process is going to take years to design, years to get approved. We're dangling this carrot out in front of people that A, we don't know how we're going to pay for, and B, we don't have any approval for, and we're not going to get the approval for years. You skimmed over the liability issues. I won't get into that. The loss of old growth trees, that's going to happen here right now. Barnum Hill, which was supposedly a jewel a few years ago, is still not ADA accessible, and people can't get to it right. Put some money into that if we're going to be putting money into increasing the value of this amenity. Without the walking path between the middle right now, without the walking path, it is a habitat corridor for lots of wildlife. You start putting fences up like what's being proposed here for a liability standpoint, you're cutting off all the access for all the wildlife that's right now using that. People aren't there in the middle of the night, but javelina and coyote and all those kinds of wildlife are. Consider opening the course up a couple mornings a week for birders or whatever. We heard about birders. Make it accessible to them. But the cost benefit, how much money is being projected for this to be used as a tournament course right now to pay for some of this? I mean, right now, Randolph is our jewel. North and South is our jewel financially. And nobody has done the cost analysis for what a shrunken course would generate in terms of revenue to pay for some of this stuff, and you're not going to be drawing championship tournaments into this thing. And finally, a road diet on Randolph Way simply does not work when you have major events at High Corbett Field, which happens 35 times a year, or major events at the zoo. You can't cut that. You can't put a road diet on that right now. People are already backed up into the parking lot. So I'm not supporting what's on the table right now. However, I would support a motion to invest money into improving the conditions of the perimeter path around that, but not cutting through the middle of it with all the collateral damage and the costs and timing involved.
I think it's actually short-sighted to not at least take a look at what the possibilities are in front of us. As I don't believe in scare tactics, and that shouldn't cut short the conversation looking forward of what a safer Randolph complex could be. That's why the motion on the floor is to move forward with phase one and continue doing research and adding detail to the complex, including continuing to have community engagement. To be frank, I too am concerned about the cost and the possible financing of this. That's why I want there to be additional research. And yeah, maybe 408 will take a year, but okay, years go by. And guess what? Infrastructure continues to decay. There's going to be a point where there needs to be investment. There's Proposition 407 funds dedicated for investment. If we're going to invest $5 million into irrigation, then we should at least be well informed of how we're putting our funds, our taxpayer funds, into the assets and what else is there to be able to contribute to the community. I do have
Two responses to that. Number one, that wasn't scared.
Excuse me, council member.
Well,
You
I'll
had your
respond at
time.
the end.
Council member, you had your time. I can come back to you, but Vice Mayor has his hand up. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I applaud the grand vision of doing something here, but I've seen a lot of controversy. Golfers have said it's good, golfers have said it's bad, neighbors like the pathway, neighbors don't like the pathway, and it's very confusing, and it seems a very expensive thing when we don't have consensus yet. I'm on board with improving the path, as I understand the motion is. I'm on board with finding out more on return on investment. I predict that there will not be great return on investment. I would like to see improvements to the clubhouse. $8.5 million? If I was a businessman wanting to run a restaurant with large enough to have quinceañeras and other events, weddings, would I need to come up with $8.5 million to do that? And what would the return? You have to make, what, $2 million a year or something? So we need more time to dig into this, and we need more time for the community to work out a consensus. I think you're absolutely right. We need to maintain this facility, especially if it is the cash cow of the golf thing. Or if it's going to not be a cash cow, maybe it should all be wildlife habitat. I personally would love that because I'm not a golfer. But I'll support golfers if it's not taking money away from our other parks. When we talk about the value of open space, realtors know how to do this. You just do comps. If we're getting 3 acres of open space here, how much would it cost to buy 3 acres of open space next to some other equivalent park that's serving an equivalent sort of audience, or maybe that's serving a more an audience that's more park deprived than the neighbors next to Randolph Park. So I'm a little distracted, and there's a lot of thoughts here. Want to see some more work on it, and that's why I'm supporting the motion. So the pathway, which I think is we do have consensus on, we start to look at that. We'll come back with some plans, and we'll get more information about how this could possibly be financed. Maybe there's a very rich golfer who wants to help us out.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, just to add my 2 cents, because I know this item's going long, is I think, I mean, just because we have so many parks projects going on right now, and it's been a long time since they were invested in, that I think that a lot of the times the ways that these parks were designed 50, 40 years ago are no longer meeting the needs of families and communities now. And so we shouldn't be thinking as parks as just static things that just are, and that's the way they're always supposed to be, but that they can continue to evolve and adapt. And so I'm looking forward to the possibilities, and yeah, seeing the feasibility of reimagining this part of the park and how we can kind of take that to other parks. We're already doing that in some of our parks. Like some of the challenges that we've had is that when we're talking about pools and pool renovations in some of our older parks, a lot of our elderly community who fought for those pools want to continue to see the pools, but younger families want splash pads. They don't want pools. And so I don't think we're ever going to get to consensus, but how do we balance out the multiple needs is how we should be approaching it. And no, I'm supportive, but yes, I think we need to, again, balance out feasibility, the money, but the thought that we can get into consensus, I don't think that we're ever going to get there in most of the things that we do.
Well, and we're not talking about reaching a decision now, right? What we want to know is more. We want to have more detail, more timelines. We want to be able to know about any Army Corps of Engineer permits, any, conversation with Pima County Flood Control. All of those are details that we want to know about, but it's at least giving it the opportunity to breathe based on the input that we have heard so far. The money question is going to be a huge decision that for me is going to be definitive in terms of whether we should go forward or not, and what pieces we have funding for right now. I know you have a question, and then we should wrap it up. We spent 20 more minutes on this. I'm going to give you a little bit of a 10-minute break to use the restroom, and then come back and finish the rest of the agenda. Councilmember.
If I don't have my notes in front of me, sometimes I forget what I was trying to say. But I think the thing I can relate it to as we're talking about golf is tennis courts, and that's something that I like to play and enjoy playing, and that now we have to share that space with pickleball players. But at the end of the day, it's like reinvigorated those spaces. You have so many more people trying to play because maybe tennis isn't accessible the way that pickleball is. And so I guess that's the way I'm thinking about it. How do we create outdoor activities that aren't just for one specific type of sports enthusiast, but that it can attract more families and more people to also interact with the sport.
All righty. With that, there is a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? One against. Motion passes. We are going to get a 10-minute break, use the restroom, and then breathe a little bit, stretch your legs, and then come back in 10 minutes. We'll see you in a bit. I really appreciated that break. We're going to move on to item 8. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to review the SUFI proposal submitted by Nancy Kluge, Executive Director of the Reid Park Zoological Society. And this item goes to Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, members of the council, this is an opportunity to talk through the Reid Park Zoo fees. And as you mentioned, there is a request from the Executive Director of the Zoological Society, but I will turn it over to Lara Hamway, who's got some more information to share with you. Lara?
Good afternoon again, Honorable Mayor and Council. So I'm here to review with what the proposal actually is, and if you have any questions, Nancy is also here, so we're both available to you. So the zoo has not done a fee increase since 2016, and we all know that the cost of goods and services has increased. And since 2018 alone, as they've tracked a lot of their operational, their food costs and their medical costs for the animals, a lot of that has increased from 4%, 26% for lettuce per se, or even 128% just to buy bleach. And so to sustain the inventory of animals that they have and to keep within what accreditation requires them to do from the health and wellness standards, they are requesting the consideration of doing a 75-cent for adult increase over the next 4 years. So each year, 75 cents, and for children, 50 cents. I think it's important to highlight that they do have discount programs that are available. You can go, a lot of people don't know, you can go to the library and you can take out an admission to the zoo for free. But they also have programs such as $2 Tuesdays and other programs that they work in partnership. They have discount rates for EBT card holders. None of that would change with what is being proposed. And just so you have an idea of what that audience ends up serving, it's close to 57,000 in the last year that took advantage of discounted free services into the zoo. So the request is to consider approving. Tonight on regular agenda is a public hearing regarding the fees, provided that you do approve today, a study session for us to advance.
Do we need a motion?
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move that we have a hearing this afternoon at regular session on the fees. Is that appropriate?
Second. That's, yeah.
A motion and a second to have the public hearing?
To have the public hearing to increase fees at our regular session tonight.
Okay, so that we can receive input and feedback.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we need the motion in a second, but
Do we just need direction, Madam Chair?
no motion's required, Mayor.
I withdraw
The
the
hearing
motion.
is scheduled for the evening, and
And then in the evening is when we make our decision.
yeah, that's right.
Okay. I guess I should have said any input, feedback, or observations from my colleagues on the council instead of council's pleasure. I'm sorry, I confused you all.
Easily confused, Madam Mayor. I do want to praise the zoo. I recently went to the opening for the new children's playground and got to walk through the zoo, which I hadn't done for a while. It's fabulous. It's an experience that's worth the fee. So tonight I'm going to vote yes for it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lee.
I'll just add to Lara and Nancy, I appreciate highlighting the fact that there are discounted rates available, so everyone has access to the zoo. I actually didn't realize you can go to the library and check out a pass, so I think that that's amazing and reduces any barriers there. And just looking at the percentage of increase on so many of the line items here, like 107% on lettuce, and I'm sure that's a huge part of your budget for food. And so it seems like this is a incremental way to do that and hopefully get you all in a better financial position just to navigate the increase of cost on so many of these areas of your budget. So I'm supportive as well and just appreciate all you do for the community.
Any others? Alrighty, good. Well, we'll have the public hearing tonight, and then tonight is when we make the decision. Okay, perfect. Thank you all for your input. We move on to item 9, Mayor and Council. are requested to review proposed free additions and changes to Parks and Recreation fees and give direction.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, it's basically the similar conversation we had with the zoo, with the exception that these are our fees. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lara Hemway.
Okay, good afternoon again. So we are coming and proposing fee changes that are specific to use of service. They are not associated with any current programming, but more just when individuals, so I'll start with ramadas. A lot of our ramadas are charged at the exact same rate regardless of size. So a very small ramada that really can only accommodate about 10 people is the same fee as an extra large ramada, and it doesn't really make sense. So the recommendation is to right size those fees. So for example, a small ramada would go from $30 on a weekday to $10. A medium would go from $30 to $25. Large $30 to $50, and an extra large $30 to $75. And it kind of aligns to $1 per person that particular ramada could accommodate. The sport light fee is in mimicking how the county approaches doing their sport light fees now, which is by the hour. We have not increased this fee, and I'm sure electric costs have gone up through the years. But looking at giving flexibility to a lot of our sports users, I often call staff and say, why are the lights on at a particular sports field? And it's because we currently rent in blocks of 2 hours. And so the lights will remain on despite the fact that maybe they only needed that from dusk, that hour after dusk to utilize the sports field. So I'm hoping that this is going to be part of our efforts to reduce a lot of the wastage in terms of energy on these fields when they're not needed. Back during COVID, we started to see a lot of folks that were starting small businesses. Goat yoga is one of my most common ones that I reference, but also those who do boot camp or Tai Chi. And we don't really have a mechanism to give them a permit to designate, say, this particular area of an open space for them to be able to utilize so they can then charge their own customers to participate. So we would be able to have a daily fee, a monthly fee, or if they want a more permanent, they could do a quarterly permit with us. And so that's what we entertain, $30 for the day, $200 for the month, or $500 on a quarterly basis to be able to, who knows, start a business and maybe eventually move into a brick and mortar situation. So we like this idea because it does put us in the small business world, but it's also going to expand the recreation opportunities within parks where we don't have the burden of providing that particular activity. Neighborhood center fees is something that we are asking to consider to eliminate right now. To take, for example, if a child wanted to go into one of our small neighborhood centers after school, they would have to pay $1. So this is an equity, looking at it from an equity lens, but also too considering that some of these small neighborhood centers don't actually get the volume of usage. And if they have, say, just $10 for deposit, we have to pay Loomis to pick it up, which is going to sometimes be more than what we're actually depositing in revenue. So it just makes sense both on a fiscal side and an equitable side. We were fortunate to hire a new aquatic manager in the last year, and one of the things that he has highlighted is that we have this opportunity to generate revenue at our pools. First being those colleges that are in northern wintry areas that still want to do outdoor pool training with their athletes. So the ability to entice them to come down and utilize our pools, pay $10 per athlete per day to do winter training. Great economic impact beyond just us, but for hotel stays as well. And then also local swim teams. We find that there are those that would like to have access to a 25-yard or an Olympic-sized pool. So developing a fee that we can adopt to charge them $6 per lane or $15 per lane per 2 hours, depending on the length that they're looking to do the training. I like this idea because that's a dedicated audience of future lifeguards to work for us. If they're already going to that pool, then they already might be interested in working there in the summer months or maybe even year round. And then also we have synchronized swimming and water aerobics instructors in town that would be open to paying $50 an hour to run their own classes at our pool facilities. And again, this is also in the mind of keeping hours available for lifeguards in off seasons. So those are the specific park fees. Also, tennis fees have not been adjusted in very many years. We have 3 locations that are managed through a management entity: Refkin, Himmel, and Fort Lowell. And so the request is to consider a fee increase over the course of the next 6 years, increasing the fee that you would pay. So for example, currently adults are paying $2.50 if you're a resident for 90 minutes use of a court, to increase to $3.50 in 2024, $4 in 2026, and $4.50 in 2028. A lot of what the tennis operators are experiencing is similar to what the zoo is experiencing. It costs more to maintain, to pay instructors to do lessons, to host leagues, to partner with the USTA on bringing smaller tournaments to town. So being mindful of that, and plus we get a percentage of the revenue, so it does benefit the city. They're also requesting to add a new fee into their list of fees, which is basically advanced reservations. So you would pay an extra $1 if you wanted to reserve and book your court 2 days before the actual usage. Right now, they have no mechanism really for doing that, and that's kind of a common service fee. So that you're aware and don't think we're just charging for all of our tennis courts, we have 24 total courts across the city that are free. And currently pickleball, we have 12 at Udall and 6 future to come online at Palo Verde. So we have both options of paid access to courts and then free access to courts. So happy to answer any of your questions on any of those fees that I just reviewed. Oh, and I should say what the next steps are. If you are good with what we're proposing, then we would come back to you at the first meeting in January with a notice of intent. And then we would be partnering up with Park Tucson and PDSD on doing town hall meetings with the goal to come back in April for approval.
Alrighty, and this one, you do need direction. Okay.
I just need confirmation that you're okay for us to move forward.
Okay. Is there a motion for this?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Are we working with Pima College on the tennis courts on the west side for the evening hours?
I can I'll write that down and look into that.
And we will.
It's the only, facility that has lights that's, kind of west of Alvernon.
Okay.
Any other comments or observations?
Look-
Councilmember Cunningham?
Look, the bottom line is that Parks is keeping up with all the other demands it has. The change from the last item, the change in the fees for the kids per hour per day is a big piece to this. It's actually going to help us save some of our resources. Finally, one other update from Parks that is really exciting. The Latitude 38 grass that we installed at Jesse Owens is still green. It's a strain of Bermuda that uses less grass than traditional Bermuda, and it stays green for a longer window of time. In other words, some Bermuda grass is brown from, say, like Thanksgiving. It used to be from Thanksgiving to just past rodeo. Well, this Bermuda grass will probably only be brown from, say, Christmas to Martin Luther King Day. That's less than a month. So it's really exciting where we are, and congratulations to Laura and her team for building one of the best parks departments in the country.
Absolutely. Any others? All righty. So hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. Hamway. And you have one more. I realized that. So item 10, this time has been scheduled for mayor and council to review the free proposal for Tucson City Golf. Ms. Hamway.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is basically, I'm going to talk you through what the proposal is. Golf works in a system called dynamic pricing. So I could go to golf today and pay $20, and I could go to golf on Saturday and pay $32. They have a current threshold of up to $60. And how they determine what the rate of golfing will be is based on the demand. So obviously the season and what they're seeing the reservations in advance would be. The issue is that they've been hitting up against that $60 cap for many years and have realized that there is the threshold potential to increase, which then of course would increase their revenue. So the proposal is to increase their cap to $75. That doesn't mean that every single day you go to golf, it would be $75. It would be based on the demand of the particular location and season. And also to increase the proposed cart fees from 14 to 16, practice balls to go from 4 for small to 8, and $7 from $7 to $15 for large. All of this was presented to the Greens Committee, and they supported this initiative to come to you and ask for your approval. This is scheduled for a public hearing tonight, so we don't necessarily need a motion from you right now, but just the awareness and go ahead. Sorry.
Councilmember Cunningham.
So a couple things. Number one is that think of the dynamic pricing as like Priceline when you go on. That's basically when you register for a round. That's how the pricing works. You're not going to get a $75 green fee at probably Fred Inc. on a Tuesday afternoon. You're just not. You're going to pay a lot less. But if you're trying to get on early morning Saturday at Randolph North or at Del Uric, that's when that threshold's hitting. So all we're doing is bumping that up. The 2 buckets, when you go and hit a bucket of balls, it's a small bucket was $4. Now we're making it $8. Big bucket, I think, is usually 20, and that's at the driving range, a bucket of balls. I'm totally on board with that. I hope these guys consider on certain days of the week, especially in the summer during the day, where they'll have like discount bucket day or something like that. So hopefully they'll figure that out on their own, but I totally leave it to their expertise. I'll be in support of the changes.
Alrighty, any others? Councilmember Kozachik?
I will be too, and I would just point out that this is a time of year when winter visitors are here. Even $75 during the high time of day, they're going to consider that a huge break. Can't even swing a club in Minnesota or Chicago or Boston right now, but to come here and they'd be paying 3 times that in some of their home courses.
And when you say $75, it's up to $75. Okay.
Correct.
Councilwoman Lee.
Just a quick question, because I am a putt-putt golf expert, but not this type of golf. But what is a normal rate for a private course, just to put it in context about how our pricing compares here locally?
So if you want to play one of the higher end private courses here, you're looking at anywhere between $145 to $350 a round.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to answer that, Laura?
I can ask OB Sports. I don't know off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, thank you for putting it into perspective. Any others? Okay. Do you need direction? No, we have a public hearing. Correct. Alrighty, wonderful. Alrighty, thank you so much, Ms. Amway. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. We move on to item 11, state and national updates. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees. Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have drafted the job description for the IGR position. That should be posted this week. So if you know folks that are out there, please have them take a look at that. It'll be posted. Keeping in mind that this is a kind of a tough time to recruit, not only because of the holidays, but because of the start of the session. I'm not concerned about that simply because I think that we have, through our lobbyists, opportunity to continue to report to you. They have committed to being present, probably virtually, for most of the session if we need it. So I think that'll give us some real-time information, particularly up in the Phoenix area. Tracy Tucker, who's our DC lobbyist, provided some information. We shipped that to you under Tim's signature on Friday. So that has all of the questions, I believe, that were asked by Councilmember Fimbres. With that, Mayor, happy to answer any questions on that.
Any questions, comments, observations, concerns? Alrighty. I did want to report on two things. One, that today Planned Parenthood Arizona versus Attorney General Chris Mays is being heard at the Arizona Supreme Court. On August 23rd of this year, the Arizona State Supreme Court decided that it would grant review in Planned Parenthood versus Mays, which relates to the status of Arizona's abortion laws and whether prosecutors can enforce the 1864 near total abortion ban against abortion providers. The outcome of this case could have devastating effects on Arizonans' access to reproductive health care. It could essentially eliminate almost all access to abortion for Arizonans. Arizonans deserve the freedom to make their own decisions about their reproductive health, and it is up to the Supreme Court to faithfully apply its own precedent and affirm that right. You know, we don't know when they're going to come back. The hearing is today, and we don't know when they're going to come back and have their ruling. But this is in the context of having the possibility of an initiative of access to abortion be put in the constitution of the state. So we don't know. We have currently, I have at least been following the case in Texas where there's a complete abortion ban, and it obviously excludes the life of the fetus or the mother. And it is devastating to see this happen throughout our country. So if you live in a state that has access to abortion services as healthcare, you as a person have more rights than people that live in certain states in our country. It is absurd. I don't know if you were, okay, we have also reporting in terms of the situation on our border and the conversations that I have been having with our congressional delegation, as well as my colleague, Chair Adelita Grijalva on the Board of Supervisors. We have been having meetings amongst Chair Grijalva, myself, the city manager, and Jan Lesher. This is how we really kind of stay in touch and try and work together and partner as much as possible. For some time now, we have seen asylum seekers at our southern border, their numbers go up exponentially. As we all know, and have directed the city manager to do, is that we usually are a good partner with Pima County and Casalitas and provide whatever services we need. I mean, we've had weekends that the chief of staff to the city manager, my chief of staff, and my staff have been on the ground providing services to asylum seekers and immigrants that are coming through our southern border. We're also helping through Pima County other counties like Santa Cruz and Cochise County through Douglas to transport individuals, asylum seekers, and immigrants coming through our southern border. So it has most recently come to a space where we all feel, Casalitas, Pima County, the city of Tucson, completely overwhelmed, because Pima County and the city and Casalitas are taking the brunt of the number of asylum seekers in our state. And there's federal funds that are changing that will not cover a lot of the, for example, hotels that has been paid through federal funds to be able to alleviate the pressure and the number of people at both Casa Alitas locations. And so Supervisor Grijalva and I wrote a letter to Governor Katie Hobbs clearly expressing our concerns about the need for a coordinated statewide effort led by the governor's office. This is a humanitarian crisis, and short term, we need to make sure that that there's a statewide coordinated effort so that it doesn't all fall on the shoulders of Pima County and the city of Tucson to take the responsibility to provide the humanitarian services that these individuals need. And so it's basically asking the governor to help us coordinate everyone, all the counties, all the cities that are doing services for that. And then those cities and counties that are not putting their part in helping with this effort, that she go to them and help us request that assistance. And Phoenix is taking 300 or 400 people a day. Pima County is taking 2,000 people a day. And so we need an acknowledgement of this statewide and national emergency. I have called the White House because on top of that, right, there's closures at Lukeville Port of Entry and other spaces, and really talked to the White House about how erroneous that step was for the concern not only of no supervision at that port of entry, but also because of the economic impact that it could cause both for Sonora and for Arizona's economy, especially in December, when we see the highest amount of Mexican tourists in our city. So provided you a copy of that letter that we sent to Governor Hobbs, and this is moving quickly. We're trying to do everything we possibly can to make sure that the humanitarian needs of individuals are taken care of, because it's so much better to be able to have a coordinated effort, a humane system, and not see street releases within our community. That could only be dangerous for asylum seekers as well as others in the community. So just wanted to report on what we're doing in terms of an effort to get much more of a statewide strategy for this. I don't have anything else to report, but Mr. Ortega, did you have anything else to add?
Not to that, Mayor, thank you. I think what's important there in the signature, your signature along with the chair of the Board of Supervisors, is really important to show a united front here, and I think that's really the key piece to that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and thank you. We are moving on to item 12. Does anyone have anything to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Kasache.
Not consent, but there are 3 items on the regular agenda. Whoops. And Mike Rankin, I think they're 11, 12, and 13. They're all related to Capstone. We got some very late changes to the development agreement last night. We have not had a chance to go through them, and so it would be unfair for us to present that tonight as a finished package to the mayor and council. So we'll remove all the Capstone items, and I think those are the 3, 11, 12, 13.
Councilmember Kasache, I believe that's the correct numbers, and one of those items actually is scheduled as a public hearing. That's the relocation demo plan. So if they are continued to the meeting of January 9th, what we should do is during the meeting announce that we are rescheduling the public hearing to that specific date and time so that we don't have to renotice it.
Alrighty, so we don't even open the public hearing. We just say we're moving it to the 9th.
Right, you don't need to open the public hearing, and we'll just make the announcement so that anyone who is here because they got that notice, they receive the notice of when they should come back.
Excellent. Alrighty, thank you. Vice Mayor Dahl.
Mayor, item 16, the zoning, we're going to postpone that, or it's not a hearing, so it's not continued? It's just continued.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any others? Hearing none, we move on to item 13, future agendas. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Alrighty, hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin at 5:45 PM. The next study session will be Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. Thank you all so much. Have a nice break, and we'll see you here at 5:45. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Here.
Commissioner Dahl? Commissioner Lee?
Here.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Here.
Commissioner Kozaczek? Commissioner Hill?
Absent, excused.
Chair Romero?
Here. Item 2,
Monthly board report.
I move to approve the monthly board report as presented.
Second.
there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 3.
Public hearing, City of Tucson, Pima County PHA Plan Updates 2024, Resolution Number PHA 2023-28.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 33, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing regarding regular updates to key plans, including the administrative plan, admissions and continued occupancy policies, and capital fund plan required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentation. Ms. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, so may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
So moved.
There
Second.
is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-28 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-28 relating to public housing, adopting the updated City of Tucson Administrative Plan, admissions and continued occupancy policies, and capital fund plan, and directing submission of the same to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution number PHA 2023-28.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion on this issue? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Absent, excused.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek? Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-28 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4,
Write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 30, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-26 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-26 relating to public housing, authorizing the approval of the write-off of $17,812.31 in public housing tenant accounts receivable as uncollectible and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
So moved.
I move to pass and adopt resolution number PHA 2023-26.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek? Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-26 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Request for 2 grant-funded positions for emergency housing voucher services, resolution number PHA 2023-27.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 31, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-27 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-27 relating to public housing, approving 2 grant-funded positions to support emergency housing voucher service fee activities and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move we pass and adopt the item.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2023-27. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl,
Aye.
Commissioner Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres,
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek, Chair Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-27 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 6.
Approval of minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 32, dated December 12 is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the September 19th, 2023 report?
So moved.
There's a motion and a
Second.
second. Any further discussion on this issue? Already hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 7.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting.
Sorry. It's dry in here, that's what's. Thanks, Anna.
Council will now stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek, Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, commissions, and committees.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Michael Wilkerson of the St. Francis in the Foothills UMC. After the invocation, I ask you to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
In this difficult time when we acknowledge there is so much pain and suffering going on in this world, we come together in gratitude for the opportunity to serve each other this evening with kindness and compassion. Grant your wisdom and patience upon us as we exchange new ideas and plans and concerns, and open our hearts and minds to new possibilities that will bring peace, prosperity, and joy to all. Help us discern the best policies and courses of action, and grant us the courage we need to follow the whispers of your Spirit as you guide us in our journey. We thank you for the dedication of our elected leaders and our governmental employees who faithfully strive to improve the quality of life throughout Tucson. And we also thank you for the devoted citizens who step forward to lift up the issues that they face and to advocate for those who need assistance. May our time together be filled with justice, compassion, and goodwill as we seek to build better relationships with each other and thereby grow closer to you. We all thank you for the devoted service also for our first responders and for their commitment to honor and integrity as they courageously step forward to help us in our moments of greatest vulnerability. Protect them, inspire them, and walk with them as they guide us through crises. And let our expressions of gratitude fill their hearts with peace and love. These things we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Wilkerson, for gracing us with your presence and your words. Item 2C.
Presentations.
I have a proclamation to read into the record. I'm proclaiming December 23rd, 2023 to be Homeless Persons Memorial Day. Here to accept the proclamation is Nancy Bissell, co-founder of Primavera, Tisha Tallman, Chief Executive Officer, and Ana Rojo King, Public Policy Advocate. Also Tamara Prime, Chief Operating Officer, Margarita Bausa, Chief Human Resources and Communications Officer, Sam Swift, President of the Board of Directors. And then after that, I'm going to invite Councilmember Cunningham to join me at the podium. All righty. At big font here, so. Thank you. All righty, so on behalf of the City of Tucson, Arizona, and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to read a proclamation. Whereas National Homeless Persons Memorial Day takes place each year on the longest night of the year, the winter solstice, and the first annual Homeless Persons Memorial Day was commemorated in 1990. Whereas it is estimated that in the United States, approximately 20 million people experiencing homelessness die each day. Let me start all over again. Whereas according to the Pima County Medical Examiner's Office, in 2022, there were 277 people who died unhoused, 95 of whom were unidentifiable. Whereas the Primavera Foundation has taken part in this national remembrance in holding Homeless Persons Memorial Day in Tucson, Arizona for the last 20 years. Whereas the City of Tucson recognizes the Primavera Foundation's 40 years anniversary in 2023 and their work to provide emergency and sustaining assistance to 8,000 individuals, families, and veterans experiencing poverty or homelessness annually. Whereas the City of Tucson recognizes the work of the Primavera Foundation providing pathways out of poverty, safe, affordable housing, workforce development, and neighborhood revitalization, ensuring that all people have the right to dignified life and death. Whereas the City of Tucson recognizing our duty in prevention of harm and death to homeless persons, as is essential to the health, safety, and well-being of our population and city. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim December 23rd, 2023, Homeless Persons Memorial Day in this community and encourage all of our residents to reflect on the importance of housing for all individuals so that families and children can live securely and safely. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 12th day of December, 2023. Thank you so much for what you do. And I have 2 copies. If you'd like to say anything, please do.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, everyone, for coming for our proclamation. I'm sure that's why you're all here. But I do want to thank the mayor and the City of Tucson for all the support and partnerships that we've had over those 40 years with Primavera. And just to emphasize again that on December 21st, the longest day of the year, we will again have the Homeless Memorial recognition. And that will be at Evergreen starting at 4 o'clock. So I hope all of you who came here tonight will join us for that. And thank you again, Mayor Romero.
Thank you again for this
historic and incredible proclamation. We're extremely grateful for your leadership and your ongoing and past, present, future support of the work that we do alongside many other organizations. We couldn't do it alone, and we really appreciate, again, ongoing past and future support. Something that I would like to draw attention to, as mentioned by one of our board members here, is the memorial itself, which will be happening on the 21st at Evergreen Cemetery, and we welcome all members of the public and any elected officials to participate and witness and hear all of the names of folks who have passed in the last year from the Pima County Medical Examiner's Office. So thank you for acknowledging this very important day, and thank you to our board members who have been here to accept this proclamation alongside us today. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. So I'd like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Paul Cunningham, because I know that he has a very, very special recognition. We really don't do this much, but this is an absolute special exemption for the families and students that have been recognized nationally. So, Councilmember?
Just to let everybody know, middle school is an interesting time for all of us. All of us remember middle school. It's one of those times that's you're kind of in the middle. You are in the middle. That's why it's called middle school. You're kind of anxious to get to high school, and you have to be a little kid and a big shot teenager at the same time. But we've got some special kids on the east side. First of all, I want to recognize the Tucson Football and Spirit Federation, Youth Spirit Federation, the Tucson Wildcats that are here tonight, and I'm going to tell you why in a minute. So, real quick, the younger kids, the Tucson Wildcat flag football team and the Tucson Wildcat 91 championships. But more importantly, when we redid Jesse Owens Park about 5 years ago, nobody ever used that park. Jesse Owens Park had 500 families in it every night thanks to Tucson Wildcats this last fall. And not to belabor the point, but their hard work paid off. And first, we're going to recognize our coach. I'm going to invite up Gabe Leyva, the president of Tucson Wildcats. And Gabe's organization, his 12U football team with coach Dee Hall won the city championship this year. So that's Coach Dee. Each kid is going to get a special gift from Golf and Stuff, a Ward 2 business. They're also going to get a pin from the city of Tucson, and they're also going to get a certificate. I've got their certificates in order. Can we get the boys up here? Are they in the right order? They're in the right order? All right. Weston Leota. Come on, Weston. Just stand right there at the end. You guys are going to line up as you go across. We got Devontae Hughes. Davion. Come on down, Davion. Davion Hinton. Joseph Sika. And you're going to hear from Joseph Sika in a couple minutes. So right here, Joseph, right here with your team. Easton Atkinson. There you go, Easton. Javante Bolden. Javante. Peyton Young. Bradley Sanchez. Donnie Bordeaux. Preston Decker. Chris Trujillo. Orion Valdez. Victor Dorame. Aiden Galvez. Oh, you got your team picture there? That's awesome. Put it right up here by the mayor so she can hold it. Where's Hunter Griskin? All right, Hunter. We got Jackson Kilpeck. Axel Moreno. Axel scored the winning touchdown. Dylan Protz. And the quarterback, who is something else, my man Matthew Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, your 12U youth football city champions. Take some pictures. You got pictures? All right. Okay, you guys, make sure you shake your hand on your way out.
Okay, here we go. So before we leave, this is for you. We don't need it. So this picture here is for the mayor. And you also get this. Oh my word. Okay. Where's the other picture?
This is awesome. Look what I get.
My boy broke yours, Paul. I don't know. I'll be all right. But this picture here is for Paul. And another thing, we want to say to Paul, we appreciate everything you did for us. Everything. We appreciate our park. We appreciate everything you've done for this city. I don't care what anyone says, best mayor and congressman in the whole city. We appreciate you too. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. So, not only did the boys do a really good job, but they have a spirit and cheer squad. And I'm going to invite up Coach Jessica and their spirit squad. So there's a program. There's a program called Jams, and Jams is held. It's the Jams and Spirit Week. It's in Anaheim, California. They invite spirit squads from around the country, and our 14U girls took first place. They won it. So let's get our girls up here. They also get a nice little present from Golf and Stuff and a City of Tucson pin. Come up, ladies. Come on up. Come on up. Line up right there. In order, in order. You guys know your order, right? All right. Cicely Camacho. Aubrey DeBrava. Michaela Tuggle. Sheila Jackson. Grace Arroyo. Alexandra Federico Lexi. Mindy Torres. Gracie Benavides. Brooke Tobler. And Milano Rodriguez. Ladies and gentlemen, Tucson's own Wildcats regional champions from Cheer Jams 2023.
We just want to thank everybody for all their support all season long, everything that you guys do to keep our city running, keep it safe, and keep our parks going all city long. We really do appreciate it. Without you guys, we wouldn't have a place to bring our kids to put on these programs, and it gives the youth something to do during the football and youth season and for cheer. And so we just want to say thank you guys so much.
All right, my last one is a little bit more personal. As you know, my second job is as a PE teacher, and I have a group of students that participated in our school's basketball team. So I'm going to invite the city champion Gridley Grizzlies to the front as well. Come on up, boys. So you guys will get your golf and stuff and pins from me at class tomorrow, but the 4 of you are here, 5 of you are here, and I want to just tell you how proud I was to be able to coach you this year, and it was very fortunate. So first up, we have, Jade and Juliana, Dustin Eubanks, Noah Richmond, Josh Salter, gotta make sure it's out. And then this one, the last one I saved was a little bit special. Let me tell you something about this young man. You see that he already has a certificate playing for the Wildcats. He was also our only 7th grade starter. Most of the boys were in 8th grade. But Joseph Sika played on both the Wildcats and our Grizzly basketball team. So let's give him an extra round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, city champion Gridley Grizzlies, thank you very much for letting me honor my kids. Thank you so much. All right, everybody here for the youth presentation. We have a lot of people in the overflow room, so if you guys want to head on out the back, that's totally okay. Thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you very much.
Just want to thank you. I live in your district, and I really appreciate everything you do for us. Hey, that was awesome, you guys. That was cool. Yeah. Well done, Paul.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 397, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 383, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current event activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres, we'll start with you, and then we'll move on from 6 to 1 this time around. Councilmember
Thank
Fimbres.
you, Madam Mayor. On Saturday, December 16th, from 4 to 6:30, at Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center, located at 1575 East 36th Street, will be hosting their annual Winter Wonderland, a free, fun family event. For more information, call Jerry Neely at 791-2507. Jerry Neely's been doing a fine job. I wish they'd keep him over there. United Hearts of Arizona are hosting their 10th annual Shoe and Jacket Drive Saturday, December 16th at the Pueblo Center. located 101 West Irvington from 9 a.m. to noon. That will be your monetary donations. The Hearts of Arizona will buy the items and volunteers will pack them, distribute them out Saturday, December 16th to 200 students in need. For more information, call 520-543-1601 or go online to UnitedHeartsAZ.org. Lastly, Madam Mayor, I want to wish one of my aides, Lupita Robles, a very happy birthday. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you. Sunday at the Loft, which is located around 3300 East Speedway, at 2 p.m. they're going to have their annual costume showing of Nightmare Before Christmas. This one is a little special for me this year in particular. My brother was nominated for an Oscar for Director of Photography and Special Effects on Nightmare, and he lost his life this year to aphasia. And the showing on Sunday at the Loft will be a benefit for Friends of Aphasia. So 2 p.m. on Sunday, come on out and enjoy it. It's not going to be a morose, downer movie. It's a costume thing and supposed to be celebratory. So invite you to the Loft on Sunday.
Councilwoman Lee.
Nothing specific today, Mayor. Just wanting to wish everyone a happy holiday season and be safe out there. And I don't have any other announcements because it's the end of the year and I think we're all ready for the holidays.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
I had to have a prop. It is our last meeting before the holidays, and I wish everybody a happy holiday no matter how you celebrate, and there's multiple ways of celebrating this. I personally am a big fan of Santa. And I want to thank the people who contributed to the Christmas party, holiday party that we're doing at Wildcat Inn, which is low barrier transition housing. And there's a lot of families there this year. It's going to be a great party, and there's lots of presents for these kids. So I just want to thank everybody who participated. I want to recognize that the police officers did a wonderful thing at Target on Sunday, shopping with kids, so that kids who can't get anything can get clothes, books, toys. And there's probably multiple things that people could do to help others in this holiday season, and I encourage everybody to find a place in your heart for others. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Few things. Number one, just want to let everybody know that the Dancing in the Streets production of the Nutcracker is December 16th and 17th at 2 p.m. at the Temple of Music and Art. And I'm really excited about that because I'm in it. Yes, I'm going to dust off the ballet shoes and participate. Two, I want to invite everybody to our Ward 2 office opening on Wednesday, December 13th. I've kind of brought it up the last 5 meetings, so not to belabor the point. It's from 5 to 7 tomorrow. I also want to thank the 1,100 people who came out for Disability Pride Day. We had one of the largest Disability Pride Days in the country. We had over 70 vendors. And I want to thank the mayor for coming out and dancing at Club Zeus. That is a dance club set up for folks that are challenged with some disabilities. And it was awesome. It was totally number one. So I just want to thank everybody for all that stuff. Chris Desbro from my office, who kind of puts Disability Pride Day together. It's an event that is not only celebrating folks with disabilities, it's run by folks with disabilities. It was a pretty special experience. So thanks to everybody involved in that. Finally, the Fort Lee Museum is open. Check out the website for the hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, this Saturday, December 16th, Rose neighbors are having their neighborhood cleanup starting at 9 a.m. behind CE Rose pre-K through 8 school at 710 West Michigan Street. And United Hearts of Arizona is hosting their 10th annual Shoe and Jacket Drive on Saturday, December 16th from 9 to 1 at the El Pueblo Senior Center, 101 West Irvington Road. This is an in-person gathering to distribute new winter coats, new tennis shoes for school, socks, toys, books, and kid meal cards for over 200 low-income students.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And I, as well, want to wish everyone a wonderful holiday season. I usually am very reflective this time of year. I'm grateful for the blessings in my life. for my family, my children, and the privilege to serve as your mayor, to name a few. Being part of our diverse, multi-faith, multicultural community gives us the opportunity to participate in our own traditions while sharing each other's. As we come together to celebrate our traditions, we must also acknowledge the challenging times we find ourselves in. We cannot ignore the troubling rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, hate and violence that have surfaced among the other complexities and turmoil stemming from the Israel-Gaza conflict. It is a stark reminder of how events on the other side of the world cast shadows and reach our own streets and communities. It is crucial for us as a unified and compassionate community to stand firmly against hate in all of its forms. We cannot allow political conflicts to sow seeds of division or hatred amongst us, or become a pretext for hostility towards anyone. I want to reaffirm my unwavering commitment to the safety, dignity, and rights of all people. I encourage all of our community members to go to your congressional representatives, including our senators, to ask for a humanitarian ceasefire, the unconditional release of hostages, and the ensuring of access to humanitarian aid in Gaza. And tell them that your mayor supports you. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 284, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind Tucsonans that it's time to help our residents re-register for Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, which is also called CHIPS. As many of you know, in Arizona, many of us know Medicaid as the Arizona Health Care Cost Containment System, or ACCESS. During the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Congress provided increased Medicaid funding to states, which created continuous coverage. This prohibited states from terminating most people signed up for Medicaid unless they asked to be disenrolled or moved out of state. However, continuous coverage expires this year, and that's important to recognize. This means that millions of people eligible for Medicaid or access in Arizona must manually enroll if they wish to continue receiving health care coverage. So what you can do is, if you know of family members or you have friends that were enrolled in access, their coverage may have expired and they need to know that. You can also check enrollment status, re-enroll, or learn about our state's Medicaid program on the Access website at azaccess.gov. So spread the word. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew about that and encourage folks to learn about their opportunity for Medicare coverage. We will also be posting this on our social media pages as well. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 386, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 6 requests for new licenses, 2 requests for person transfers, and 2 special events. All are in compliance with city requirements. However, we received notice from the state that the applications for 5B2, 4, 5, and 6 have been withdrawn by the applicants. I see Mr. Aguilera in the audience. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 3, 5B7 and 8, and 5C1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Do we have to consider any separately?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, so we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentations. State your name and if you live inside the city of Tucson, and if you are a retained speaker. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. And we do have a bunch of speakers. I would really like to give everyone the opportunity to speak. We have more than 50 minutes of call to the audience, but if you hear others say what you're intending to say, please try and keep it as short and concise as possible so that we can give everyone the opportunity to speak tonight, okay? Our call to the audience is only half an hour, but I'm willing to extend it if you guys are willing to keep your message short and to the point. With that,
Your Honor, I
yes,
thought we'd make an
Councilmember.
announcement really quick about the capstone items. If anyone's here for the right?
Okay, Mr. Rankin, before we start call to the audience, I know that there might be some people that are expecting the capstone items on the regular agenda, so
Honorable
just in
Mayor,
case they want
members
to
of the
leave.
council, that's correct. Earlier today during the study session, the mayor and council elected to continue the items relating to the capstone development. I believe they're items 11, 12, and 13. It includes all three of the items, both the consideration of the development agreement, the consideration of the demolition and relocation plan, as well as the zoning amendment relating to the main gate district overlay. That item, including the public hearing, will be continued to the mayor and council meeting of January 9th, 2024, at or after 5:30 p.m. here in the council chambers at 255 West Alameda.
So anyone here for the capstone public hearing, this is your opportunity to get up and come back January 9th. Happy holidays. Thank you for coming. Alrighty, thank you for that reminder, council member. Alrighty, so our first speaker is Margot Weinberger. Can you use the taller mic, please? Yes. Thank you.
Mayor Romero, City Council, thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Margot Weinberger. I'm a resident of Tucson and a registered nurse in labor, delivery, and newborn care. I am speaking for myself today, acknowledging your acknowledgement of the conflict in Palestine and the need for humanitarian aid. Across healthcare, we have what we call never events. A medication error resulting in patient death, a wrong surgery, or in my area, the death of a pregnant patient and healthy newborn are all never events. Israel's targeted destruction and decimation of the Gaza healthcare system over the past 67 days has manufactured a healthcare landscape so dire it aggressively redefines our definition of a never event in healthcare. 90% of Palestinians, almost 2 million people, have been displaced into an area 1/5 the size of this city. 250 healthcare workers have lost their lives providing care. Israel has destroyed all but 11 barely functioning hospitals and produced a public health crisis so deep, public health officials feel it's unrealistic to begin to calculate its effects. For the approximately 50,000 pregnant Gazans, the obstetric and newborn health services line is effectively gone. As a registered nurse, I can tell you there is no debate in healthcare over whether the following is true. Blockading fuel needed to power neonatal incubators is a never event. Abandoning NICU babies to die alone is a never event. Stress-inducing miscarriages, as well as delivering your baby amidst blast rubble, is a never event. Undergoing obstetric surgery without anesthesia is a never event, and hemorrhaging because there are no more blood products remaining in Gaza, no more are being allowed in, is a never event. In fact, in a world where actually endless resources exist, dying from the purposeful destruction or restriction of any resource is a never event. $8 million in Tucson tax dollars are funding these never events. Weapons building corporations and partnerships that call Tucson home are perpetuating and profiting off of them, and our city's collective silence will only continue them. I have a moral obligation as a healthcare worker to speak out against harm. This is an obligation I truly believe us healthcare workers and elected officials at all levels share. In a recent statement by neonatal physicians, Dr. Shireen Abed of Gaza and Dr. Mohammed Salama of Rafah, without a ceasefire, no other needs matter. I ask that the Tucson City Council examine our city's role in this humanitarian crisis and immediately consider our call for a ceasefire.
Thank you, Ms.
for your
Weinberger.
listening.
Roland Baker.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, all city council people. Thank you for this time and this opportunity. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for your statement that you just made a few minutes ago. Thank you so much for that. It warms my heart and many of us here who are here. So everybody knows that on October 7th, a terrible tragedy, a terrible thing happened to Israel. There are no excuses. There is nothing that we can say to excuse. But then on October 8th, October 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, the 30th, and the 31st. By that time, 5,000 civilians had died. Of those 5,000 that had died, 3,000 of them were children. November 1st, November 2nd, November 3rd, November 4th, November 5th, November 6th, November 7th, November 8th, November 9th, November 10th, November 11th, November 12th, November 14th, November 15th, 16th, November 17th, November 18th, November 19th, November 20th, November 21st, November 22nd, November 23rd, November 24th, November 25th, November 26th, November 27th, November 28th, November 29th, and November 30th. By that time, 10,000 people have died. Of those 10,000 have died, an additional 3,000 children were slaughtered. December 1st, December 2nd, December 3rd, December 4th, December 5th, December 6th, December 7th, December 8th, December 9th, December 10th, December 11th, and now December 12th. We are at 18,000 dead civilians. 7,500 of them are children. They are bombing hospitals. They are bombing schools. They are bombing camps where the people have been told, the innocent Palestinians have been told to go to those camps, and they're still being bombed. I beg and deplore all of you here that when we come back in January for our resolution, that we get a vote to have a resolution for a permanent ceasefire on behalf of the city, on behalf of the state, on behalf of the county, and be one of the cities throughout the United States. There's over 15 of them, and I know that you will do what's right. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jason Sangster. Jason Sangster.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Sangster. I'm the business manager for the Ironworkers Local 75 Union. I'm not a retained speaker. Ironworkers Local 75 was established in 1910 and have had a hall and training center in Tucson since the 1960s. I am here on behalf of 1,000 Arizona ironworkers and ask you to please pass prevailing wage in the city of Tucson. Prevailing wage was signed into law at a federal level in 1931. And since then, several cities across the country have enacted their own prevailing wage ordinances. Simply put, prevailing wage and a minimum wage for construction workers. Prevailing wage deters wage theft, encourages individuals to join the trades. One of the biggest problems Tucson currently facing is homelessness. As studies have shown, people are not becoming homeless because they are addicted to drugs or alcohol, but because they are not making enough money to afford rent. So if we want to reduce the number of people experiencing homelessness while putting more money back into the local economy, please pass prevailing wage. I guarantee you ironworkers will take that money they earn building these projects and pay their mortgage, buy food for their family and shoes for their kids. Passing prevailing wage will help all the Tucson construction workers be able to afford to live in the city they are proudly building while boosting the local economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Lewenstein. Jennifer Lewenstein.
Hello, I'm here to ask for a resolution for a ceasefire from the Tucson City Council. My name is Jennifer Lowenstein. I'm a member of Jewish Voices for Peace. I lived in Israel twice, and I also lived in the Gaza Strip. Today, what I wanted to do is just give a short reading from a diary that a friend of mine in Rafah, Gaza, sends to me every day, so that people have a sense of what's happening there on the ground. This is her most recent entry. The bombing doesn't stop for a second. Fear for the lives of everyone has crept into me. Walk around Rafah and you see huge bomb craters filled with human debris. Is this really my home? Endless destruction and seeing children in pieces? I'm counting 8 to 12 seconds between bombs. Diseases have begun to spread among children because they are drinking polluted water, and the entire sewage system has collapsed because there is no fuel. You don't want to imagine what this means for 2 million peoples. The lines, the filth, the sadness, the smell. The children's faces are yellow and taut. They are confused and terrified by the bombs and cry into their mother's arms. Whole families are sleeping in tents and in the streets. The nights are getting cold and there's no food. People here are starving. Shelters and schools are overflowing with broken, displaced people. Because there is no electricity or fuel, people cook what they can on wood fires that fill the air with smoke. The ground around them is blackened, and people's faces are blackened. This is a preview of the apocalypse. Yes, right here in Gaza, you can witness what the end of the world will look like. As you walk, you pass faces of those who used to be proud and generous, but are now humiliated and betrayed. They half whisper in your ear, I swear I am not a beggar, but my family and children have nothing to eat. If you could only give me 5 shekels. What new, unthinkable circumstance will be thrown our way tomorrow? It is too horrible to contemplate. I want to run away, but there's no place to run. There is no safe place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowenstein. Ken Canegos. Ken Canegos.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. Thank you very much for your recent statement. My name is Ken Kenegas, and I live in the city of Tucson. I do represent Progressive Democrats of America. I'm here to ask you to join with other cities, including Seattle, Detroit, Atlanta, Oakland, and more, that are reflecting the voices of the overwhelming majority of their people by passing a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Some reasons I feel strongly. I am Jewish. Ceasefire is the first step toward peace and security for both the Israeli and Palestinian people. The Jewish tradition that I was taught was about healing the world, not destruction and death. I'm also a registered nurse, retired after 40 years of working to promote people's health. I strongly believe that healthcare is a human right, but now I see hospitals being destroyed by a highly mechanized army, while the people of Gaza suffer endless bombardment and a siege that deprives them of medical supplies, food, and water, leaving 90% of the population homeless, starving, and susceptible to diseases that may soon take more lives than have already been lost. Our request for a ceasefire resolution is just and urgent. Being human is really all that is required. I am sure that each and every one of you have watched what is unfolding with the same horror that I have. Gaza has suffered in 2 months over double the number of deaths that occurred in Ukraine, a much larger area, in nearly 2 years. Over twice the explosive power of the Hiroshima atomic bomb has been dropped on Gaza. Are you thinking, if we pass a ceasefire resolution, won't we become subject to organized criticism? Yes, you may. There is an effort to silence the voices saying ceasefire. That is a major reason to speak out. Freedom of speech is under attack. Words being spoken are given meanings that the speakers did not intend. 7 million Israelis and 7 million Palestinians live between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. Neither of them is going away. Calling for freedom and justice for Palestinians is not a call for the death of Israelis.
Come to a conclusion, please. I really want to make sure that as many people can speak. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Michelle Ceballos. Michelle Ceballos. Michelle Ceballos. Alrighty, I don't see Michelle. Kalana Venet.
I'd like to defer my time to Gianna Savoy in the interest of time, and thank you for your comments. Gianna?
Hi, my name is Gianna. I'm a resident of the city of Tucson, and I represent myself. I was gonna ask you to call for a ceasefire. I'm not gonna thank you for doing the bare minimum. It's not a war, it's not a conflict, it's a genocide. It's been going on for almost 100 years. It didn't start on October 7th. October 7th was resisting decades of genocide and brutalization. Israel is bombing hospitals, universities, they're bombing mosques, they're bombing refugee camps. It's not a war, it's a genocide. It took you 2 months and over 20,000 deaths to call for a ceasefire. I'm asking you to use your position of power to do the right thing and pass a resolution for a permanent ceasefire.
Steven Valencia. Steven Valencia. Stephen Valencia.
Mayor Romero, council members, I'm going to make 2 quick points. One of them is that Arizona Department of Justice also circulated a petition to ceasefire, and we joined in with the United Postal Workers Union, the United Auto Workers National Union, United Food and Commercial Workers Locals 3000, United Electrical Union, and the Chicago Teachers Union, to name a few. So we would continue to encourage the best that can be done here in this council in order to stop the genocide in Gaza. The other thing is, I wanted to say that we are here. Originally, I came to support the prevailing wage ordinance. And Arizona Job of Justice signed on to a letter from the Arizona Building and Construction Trades Council. In order to give that strength, we want to be in solidarity and unity with the trades, with the building trades. I think it's very important, and I think what Aaron Butler's letter had said, it says it all. It says, when you pay the working class more, they spend more, pay more in the state and local taxes, and require less public assistance. More importantly, prevailing wage speaks to the city's values. The city and its contractors already deal with prevailing wage on federally funded projects. So why should 2 workers doing the same work on 2 different projects make different wages when one works on a federal project and the other on the city project? The pipe fitters, electricians, and iron workers who build Tucson's rising skyline work strenuous and dangerous jobs and should be compensated fairly because it is the right thing to do. And I'd like to add too that I'm a member, a 30-year member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 266. Thank you.
I believe it says Jaleesa Hack or Mac. I'm not too sure if it's an M or an H. Jaleesa?
Hello, good evening, everybody. It's pronounced Jaleesa Heck, thank you. So I am here representing myself. This is my first time coming to one of these meetings, and I'm very nervous. So thank you for giving me this time to speak to you today, Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Dahl, and Council. I come today as a longtime resident of this city and as someone who has seen for over 2 months bodies and body parts torn apart on the dollar of the United States citizens. I have long called myself a proud Tucsonan. I hope to be able to continue to do so. I am here today to urge the City Council to find the strength and commitment to join in the call for a permanent ceasefire, to raise your voices to end this genocide. If a resolution of this nature is considered and passed, it would not be the first of its kind. Tucson is a diverse city with many who would like to see us lead, along with other cities of the United States, towards supporting a ceasefire in Gaza and the West Bank, because it is not just happening in Gaza. There's other things happening. And many like me do not want to see Tucson turn a blind eye to what we are able to see recorded in first person on our phones, the horrors coming out of Gaza. Not to only use our words as platitudes, but to open pen to paper and make our support for a ceasefire as a city unequivocally known. To reject the notion that calling for a ceasefire makes someone a sympathizer of acts of terror. I myself have been called a terrorist simply for wanting this. And instead to embrace the notion that anyone calling for this is someone who embraces the rights of everyone, including Palestinians, to live in peace. Today, the UN passed under the resolution 377A with a 153 in favor and 10 not in favor. The United States not in favor. Why? There's no reason for this. A draft resolution calling for a ceasefire to protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations. While this resolution is non-binding, it shows where the international community stands. I urge the Tucson City Council to join the voices of the international community to join this cause so that humanitarian aid, medical aid, food, and the most basic of necessities, water, can make it to the people of Gaza. Thank you.
Michelle Ceballos. Michelle Ceballos.
Hi, thank you for giving me an opportunity to come in and speak. I was stuck outside. Good evening. My name is Michelle. I'm a resident of Ward 5. It looks like my representative is not here. I was born and raised in Ambos Nogales. My father grew up in Mexico, and my mother here in Tucson. I am also a mother myself, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I stand firmly with the Palestinian people because I have seen what colonialism, imperialism, and capitalism have done to my family here in the US and in Mexico. And also because the US makes Israel's terroristic campaign, genocidal campaign, displacement and slaughter of thousands in Palestine possible, including companies here in southern Arizona that provide the weapons and the technologies and exchange weapons and technologies that then get also used against our people here in the borderlands. I'm here today to ask the council, as others have, to pass a resolution in support of a permanent ceasefire, but also to show your support for an end to the illegal occupation of Palestine. An end to all aid to Israel, an end to Tucson's dependence on the war economy, which forces so many of our community members to work for these companies in order to make a living wage. Companies that profit off of death and destruction and genocide right now, and we have the guts to put them up at the parade or anywhere else as if we should be proud that they symbolize our city. What we're witnessing, as others have mentioned on social media, is absolutely despicable. It's reprehensible by all moral standards, but it's not just what we're saying. The international community, as folks have mentioned, international law denounces this clearly. There's a supermajority of nations in the General Assembly, the UN General Assembly, who have said this needs to stop. And it's a thoroughly undemocratic body, the UN Security Council, because the US is allowed to veto their votes. The Nakba, which started in 1948 and continues to this day, displaced 700,000. It's an illegal apartheid regime, including illegal settlements, forcible seizure of land, destruction of Palestinian homes, brutal military assaults. In 2018, during the Great March of Return, people peacefully demonstrated at the Gaza-Israel border. And what did the IDF do? They gunned people down. They gunned down journalists, medics, elderly people, people with disabilities. These are war crimes. They're internationally recognized war crimes. They've had an illegal blockade against the people, war crimes. They're murdering children, war crimes.
Come to the conclusion, please. Thank you.
War crimes. I'm sorry to pass my time. I just ask that you all do the very bare minimum. I don't think we should be here asking you for this. It should have been done already.
Jessica Yoder. Jessica Yoder.
Good evening. My name is Jess. I live in Ward 4. It's clear at this point that the campaign of horrifying violence against Palestinians in Gaza is not a war against Hamas. It's an ethnic cleansing and genocide of the Palestinian people, a continuation of the 75 years prior of gross violations of human rights of Palestinians. Israel, with the active support of the United States, with all of our tax dollars, bombs hospitals, schools, places of worship, water and power infrastructure, refugee camps, journalists, medical evacuation convoys, anything necessary for life to exist. The civilian population is under siege with no access to medical care, adequate food, or clean water. Over half of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are now starving to death. Israeli leaders have made their genocidal intent well known. These are recorded quotes. The horrors seem to have no end. We are all witnesses. I reject the idea that the indiscriminate bombing of a civilian population will keep anyone safer. Violence will only sow more seeds of violence and radicalize people towards more acts of hate. I join in mourning the victims of the October 7th attack by Hamas and the countless thousands of Palestinians massacred, orphaned, injured, starved, and disabled by Israeli forces in response. As a person of faith, I know that every single human being is inherently holy. It is up to all of us, all of you, to end these crimes against humanity that we are responsible for as American taxpayers, especially here in Tucson, where Raytheon and Elbit Systems are complicit in manufacturing technology that is being used to massacre innocent civilians. I am enraged that instead of working for peace, my own city councilwoman is bragging on Instagram about working to create stronger partnerships between Raytheon and the U of A. Those are not my values. Those are not our values. Are campaign donations from Raytheon CEOs more important to her than the lives of Palestinians? Pass the ceasefire resolution now. It's too little, too late, but you must do it. I'm prepared to interrupt your business as usual until you do, and I'm prepared to sit out your next elections and organize against those that maintain their silence. Thank you.
Pets Putnam Hidalgo. Pets Putnam Hidalgo. Pets Putnam Hidalgo.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm also asking for you to pass a resolution. The sooner the better, because the Holocaust taught me never again means never again for anyone. So I'm going to try and sing this song within 3 minutes. As a raging granny, it's my duty. And it's a song for Rhea Abalia, who stood up and interrupted Netanyahu when he was speaking in the Congress. I stood up to Netanyahu, join me in my song. I'm standing up to Joe Biden, and I holler he is wrong. Can't you hear the people shouting, occupation, no, no! And regarding all those settlements, they will have to go. They will have to go, they will have to go, they will have to go and go, go, go. They will have to go, they will have to go, they will have to go without delay. Someone's in the gallery clapping, someone's in the gallery who knows the score. Someone's in the gallery shouting, not another dime for war. War crimes draw the line, equal rights for Palestine. You can stand up too. Please, everyone who's here on this, stand up. Not another dime for war. You, City Council, can stand up too. Not another dime for war. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hidalgo. Brandon Neth. Brandon Neth. Brandon Neth.
Hello, my name's Brandon Neth. I've been a proud resident of Tucson in Ward 3 since 2015, and I'm also here to join in the call for you to adopt a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine. Many of the other speakers here have articulated better than I can the horrors of the Israeli occupation. But I will say this, the tools of genocide are being built in our backyard, in your backyard. You need to take action. you need to call for a permanent ceasefire. And Councilman Dahl, I want to address you directly as you're my council person. I've happily cast my vote for you in the past because your positions align with my values, my progressive values. But your inaction on this issue and the rest of the council's inaction brings me pause. No one in this room is going to vote for a candidate who sits in cowardly silence while children die. Your legacies are at stake, and you have a chance to stand on the right side of history. Do the brave thing. Join your mayor and join in the call for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
JP Salvatierra, JP Salvatierra, JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, my name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm a native Tucsonan. I'm not a retained speaker. I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'd like to call your attention to items that I pulled out of the a Google search on 2023 Tucson Electric Power condensed summary of Google queries. Midtown reliability at tep.com. If you'll notice right here, 440,000 people received a box like this from Tucson Electric Power. Has light bulbs in it, I assume. This was not a gift. This box is going to cost you $300 in next year's annual billing cycle. Remember that, $300. How did Tucson Electric Power residential customers, these 440,000 customer rates, rank nationally? On average, Tucson, Arizona residents spend about $275 per month on electricity. That adds up to $3,288 per year. That's 37% higher than do average electric bill of $2,401. Where did Arizona and Tucson locally get electricity from? In 2022, I'm going to just highlight the solar that was only 10%. Now, at the same point in time, Tucson Electric Power has said, what is TEP's best non-committal reply to incorporating future renewable energy fuel? We are working to generate 70% of our power from renewable resources by 2035. How long do we have to wait? While reducing carbon emissions by 80%. 70% of our electric is generated by fossil fuels and nuclear. I can only say that I've come before the mayor and council on a number of occasions. I've met with the city manager, Michael Ortega. I requested, Madam Mayor, that I be allowed to get an appointment with you to identify more of this. I have a plan to consolidate Pima County and Tucson, city of Tucson, to generate consolidation of services and spare our taxpayers more dollars that we
Come
don't
to a
have.
conclusion, Mr. Salvatierra.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you
your
so
time.
much. Really appreciate it. Lee Urias. Lee Urias. Lee Urias. Okay.
Hello, my name is Leo Diaz. I'm a resident of the city of South Tucson, and I'm here to add my voice to the number of people in the room who are calling for the city to pass a resolution for the permanent ceasefire in Palestine. I mostly want to add my voice back into what everybody else was saying. And two important points that I want to bring to the council are that here in the city of Tucson, there are many, many people who have felt the direct effect of colonization and genocide in their own families. I think that that might be why we have so many people here in the room tonight, and people who will keep coming back, because this directly impacts us because we've been a part of it. I also want to direct us back to something that was said earlier in this council session, which is that all people have a right to a dignified life and a dignified death. The people in Palestine have not been living dignified lives where they cannot move throughout their own region and have the resources that they need to live a healthy, dignified life, and they aren't getting dignified deaths now, buried under rubble, dying of starvation. I think that all of us here would like to see immediate action on this, and we will be coming back until it happens. Thank you.
Alrighty, this is going to be our last speaker tonight, and the cards that came in after we started the call to the audience will be kept for January 9th, if you'd like to come back and finish your thoughts then. Mr. Bill DuPont.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here today, or tonight, to represent Colonial Solana, as we are the neighborhood that is adjacent to and surrounded by Reid Park and the golf courses. The reason that I am here is that we want to express our concern about the plan, as we should have input because we are the one neighborhood that is severely impacted by all changes. Dr. Herb Abrams and I worked for the neighborhood on behalf of the neighborhood for the city to move forward on the retention detention basin for the city of Tucson. We agreed to a lot of stipulations. Some were kept and some were not. But the end goal of that whole process was to remove 600 homes from floodplain and from flooding, and to preserve and protect the infrastructure of the downtown area. That's what we did. We assigned up to it, and we were also available to be put into the floodplain, 33 homes, with the stipulation that once it was completed, we would be removed within 160 to 180 days of completion. It took us 8 years to be removed from that. We cooperated fully with the city on this. We had from January 3rd to February 16th to come up with an alternative plan on Randolph Way and Camino Campestre, as the original plan was to put a 20-foot berm in front of those residential homes and to park on the top. Now today I sat through the meeting this afternoon concerning this, and I want you to understand that Colonial Solana has always been in favor and promoted bike paths. We worked on it for years, worked very long time with Benny Young, but this is a rendering of what we presented for, hopefully, for 22nd Street when that whole process was going on. We were not allowed to do that. The people that were in charge of that whole plan was the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and we complied with everything they wanted. I agree that that outer rim should be redone and more room, but I do not accept the path in the middle. The reason for that is the retention basin is in the south golf course. The overflow valve, as promised by the Corps of Engineers, would be the north golf course. And that is what needs to stay in place. I also feel, like I said again, that the neighborhood has to be involved and have a meeting on this. We already talked to Eric from flood control, and we fully understand the 408 and who's allowed to participate, all stakeholders. And it's hard to move forward from that until we have their inclusion in the process and that all parties are included and educated as to what this is. Eric already admitted that it would be a 2-year process once they got a hold of it. Thank you for your time, and again, we request to be part of the process. Have a good evening.
Alrighty, thank you all so much for attending your mayor and council meeting. We're going to move on to item 7, and we could give you a couple of minutes for those of you that want to continue here. We would love for you to stay and learn about public hearings and other ordinances that we are going to be working on tonight. But if you'd like to take this opportunity, I'll give you a minute.
Tell me you care right now. You have a chance. Just say you care about Palestine.
Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through E.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is the Human Resources Director recommendation of an amendment to the annual compensation plan for fiscal year 2024, and Mr. Rankin has a correction to read it to the record.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. In the paragraph A of section 10-31, subparagraph 7, I just need to add a reference to the positions that are being added as assignment positions. So a phrase will be added that says, and administrators on assignment to deputy director in the departments listed in subparagraph 13 below. So we will provide a conforming ordinance and red line ordinance to the clerk after the meeting. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. Anything else?
Yes, item C is the final plat for TD DIV 0523067 Wilmot Place, lots 1 through 3. Item D is Transportation Authority to acquire right-of-way for the Roger Road Pedestrian Safety and Walkability Project, Oracle Road to Romero Road. Item E is Human Resources Approval of grant-funded positions for Housing and Community Development Department's Continuum of Care Program. That's the extent of the consent agenda.
May I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, I believe we need to go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The item on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, City of Tucson golf rates, ordinance 12064.
City Manager's communication number 400 dated December 12th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this time and place is legally advertised for a public hearing regarding Tucson City golf rates. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentation. Ms. Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Already. If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Your Honor.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Alrighty, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12064 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12064 relating to Parks and Recreation, amending the Tucson City golf rate structure and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move we pass ordinance number 12064 relating to Parks and Recreation.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12064 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Public hearing, Reid Park Zoo admission fees, ordinance number 12063.
City Manager's Communication Number 397, dated December 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this time and place is legally advertised for a public hearing regarding Reid Park Zoo admission fees. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentation. Ms. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
All righty. This is regarding Reid Park Zoo admission fees. Okay, come to the microphone and state your name if you live in the city of Tucson and if you're a retained speaker.
I'm a native Tucsonan. And as to increasing the zoo rates, I think they should also identify the fact that we have some low-income families that live immediately in that area, Barrio Central, that would very much like to have the benefit of those amenities of the nearest park in their region. And to that effect, I think if we can identify a lower cost rate and maybe group rates for these families or groups that are represented by low-income neighborhoods to get the opportunity that we all enjoy as a normal kind of a trade benefit, and encourage them to get into some different kind of a field. Maybe it might have something to do with the zoos, with the city of Tucson, Parks and Rec. You know, it attracted me when I was 18. I got a job as a recreational attendant at Pueblo Gardens, and then I got a job with the city of Tucson as a lifeguard. You know, these kind of opportunities happen, and I live in Barrio Central when I was growing up. So it's important that they see that kind of a thing going on, like the lifeguard jobs, the offerings that the city has, and the way that they can become a part of, not apart from, the city and its wonderful culture. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Any others wishing to speak on this item?
I move we close the public hearing.
Alrighty, so there's a motion to close the public
Second.
hearing, a second. Any other discussion points on this item? Alrighty. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12063 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12063 relating to Parks and Recreation, increasing Reid Park Zoo admission fees by amending Chapter 21, Section 21-51 of the Tucson Code, providing an effective date for the increase and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt ordinance number 12063.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just a quick comment.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman.
For Mr. Salvatierra. Just so that you're aware, there were over 57, almost 58,000 free or discounted admissions to the zoo last year. That included over 21,000 EBT card holders. They had almost 18,000 free school field trips, free admission, over 5,000 from the library, 5,000 free zoo adventure programs, and on and on. So it's almost 10% of the entire population going to visit the zoo. So they're doing what you're suggesting, and appreciate your input.
Alrighty, so with that, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fibres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12063 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Item 10 has been continued, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Item 11.
Mayor.
So item 10, 11, and 12
I'm sorry,
have
item
been
10.
continued?
I'm sorry.
Mayor.
I'm ahead of myself.
Yes, she's getting ahead of us.
I apologize.
Item
Item
10 is a
10.
public hearing. It's a continuation.
Item 10 is a public hearing appeal continuation of 5259 East Fort Lowell Road, HRX 2 Zone, Fort Lowell Historic Preservation, Ward 2 Continue from the meeting of November 14th, and I believe the city manager has something to read into the record.
Go ahead, Mr. Manager. I'm still confused.
Thank you,
Based on
Mayor.
what the clerk
Thank you,
is
Mayor, for
giving
your
me
patience.
directions on.
So I do have some information I provided you. I have not given a copy. I'm happy to do that. If you could hand these to both the applicant and the appellant. I do have some information that we've generated. It's basically just a summary page.
Mr.
With the
Manager,
recommendation.
I just want to ask you if you could speak up louder, because I don't know about you, but I can't hear. So if you could speak loudly into the mic, I would really appreciate it. Because then I'm going to be able to listen
I
and
will
hear.
make every effort, Mayor. I appreciate the comment there. So what I provided for you is a summary of what has transpired to date. And so I won't go through and read all of it because I think it's pretty self-explanatory. But what I do want to outline for you is that I am recommending that you consider upholding the decision by the director, however, subject to conditions. And I want to read those conditions for you. Some of them are what was included in the director's decision letter, but there are additional as well. So what I'd like to do is start with that. So first condition, the height of the parapets shall conceal the view of the mechanical equipment from the ground, and a section detail shall be provided showing the height of the units versus the height of the parapets. Number two, the location of the mechanical equipment shall be shown on the plans. Number three, the height of the tallest point of the parapet shall be limited to 13 feet 6 inches. Previously, that was 15 feet that was in the director's letter. The applicant shall revise the south elevation to reduce the size of the four windows to 2.5 by 5 feet. The applicant, number five, the applicant shall submit a preservation and drainage plan to protect the existing adobe ruins by preventing erosion, and provide a note on the plan showing how the ruins will be protected during construction by directing drainage away from the ruins and showing construction fencing without major ground penetration. The plans will, number six, the plans will provide information on the long-term preservation and protection of the ruins. Number seven, an elevation and installation detail of the long-term fencing for the ruins, noting materials is provided on the plans. Number eight, the site plan shall be revised to remove any fence, any reference to a perimeter, future perimeter wall. Number nine, the location of the property line and adobe perimeter walls shall be accurately depicted on the revised site plan. Number 10, the applicant shall obtain the appropriate permits within 1 year of the director's decision. So those are the conditions, with the exception of the height. I've recommended a reduction in that height to 13 feet 6 inches. The applicant had agreed to drop that to 14 feet, and some of the conversations we had with the representative from the board said they wanted it to be 13 or less, so I figured 13.6 was a compromise. The following are additional conditions that have been approved by the applicant or agreed to by the applicant that were requested by the board. Number 11, the applicant shall secure Fort Lowell school ruins to protect from construction traffic. Number 12, there shall be no further grubbing or grading on lot without a permit, a prior permit. Number 13, the applicant shall clean up trash dumped on western neighbors' property left there by grubbing in August. Number 14, the applicant shall remove or relocate old chain link construction fencing that is in the Fort Lowell right-of-way. Number 15, the applicant shall show existing equestrian trail easement on the site plan. Number 16, no glass doors can be visible from Fort Lowell Road. No garage door can be visible from Fort Lowell Road in front of lot. Number 17, rooftop mechanical shall not be visible from Fort Lowell Road or San Pedro Chapel. Number 18, one driveway only. Guest parking shall be at the rear of the driveway. Number 19, building and parapet shall have rounded corners to soften lines. All structure edges must be rounded, soft appearance of adobe, no expansion joints. Number 20, foundation surfaces shall match building stucco, flush stucco to grade. Number 21, lot will not be covered with DG. Number 22, drainage must be designed so it will not impact ruins or adjacent properties downslope to the east and north. Number 23, double hung or casement windows, bronze, aluminum clad are acceptable if they mimic wood windows. If aluminum, set to the inside face of the wall. Number 24, color of the stucco shall be similar or to color of adobe ruins as reasonably practical, same color as the ruins or darker. Number 25, permanent 3-foot corral fence shall be erected around the west, south, and east perimeter ruins. So my recommendation is to add those 25 conditions should you decide to move forward with upholding the director's decision. The fundamental differences of opinion at this point are in the height. As I mentioned to you, the applicant had agreed to drop it to 14 feet. The board would like to see that 13 or less. The second is an item which almost has to be inferred in that one of the items that was originally included was review of site plan by architect familiar with historic zone design and modify the plan as needed to comply with the development zone. That has been translated to be that the building is too large, and so there is a concern about the size of the building. It's about 4,000 square feet, as I understand it. The one thing I would suggest to you is from the road, because it's narrow going back, it may or may not look that big, but it is large in terms of the size of the square footage. There's two other pieces to the board's request for comment or requirement. One of them is the building height parapets. I mentioned that. Although they got into more detail, I did not get into detail on this. I believe that would be a redesign, and that can occur as long as that the maximum is no more than 13 feet 6 inches. And the last one is the plant survey that has been accomplished by staff, and there's no need for that at this point based on the recommendation from staff. I will tell you, Mayor, we left here, I was optimistic after multiple meetings. I did ask John Urino, who you are familiar with, does this for us on zoning examiner matters, to engage, met with the parties multiple times. There was agreement on a variety of fronts, but there were some that there was just no way that was ever going to come to a consensus or to an agreement. And so I'm back before you with that recommendation along with these conditions. Thank you, Mayor. Happy to answer questions. I do have staff here. I do have Mr. Urino. I do have the Plan and Development Services staff here as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I don't know if the Planning and Development Services staff would like to add any additional comments to this? Ms. Swallow?
I think the only, I thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I think the only one thing for clarity is the size of the building is roughly 23% of the lot area. So there has been a conversation about the size relative to the overall lot, and it is only around 23% of the total lot area. So not necessarily overly large for that property.
All righty. And so the last time we were here, I believe we kept the public hearing open. So I have to read some things into the record. City Manager's communication number 395 dated December 12th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a continuation of the public hearing on an appeal of the Planning and Development Services Director's decision on a proposed project in the Fort Lowell Historic Preservation Zone. This is a public hearing scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. And Ms. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We have a few, Your Honor.
Okay, all righty. So we have a few. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether you are a paid speaker or not. We already have a presentation from our city manager, so let's start with the public hearing. Elaine Hill.
I don't know whether to go to the tall one or the short one, but thank you. My name is Elaine Hill. I live in the city of Tucson. I've not been retained by anyone. Honorable Mayor and City Council, thank you for taking the time again on this matter. My remarks will be brief. I think that Mr. Ortega covered a lot of the topics that we've already discussed over the last month. Members of the Fort Lowell Zone Advisory Board are here, as well as members of the Old Fort Lowell Neighborhood Association. Those are the people over to my left. When we were last here in November, we agreed to re-engage with the developer at 5259, hoping to come to an understanding of how to move forward with this project. We want to thank Mr. Ortega, Ms. Morales, Mr. Urino, and Ms. Manning for their time and consideration in this. To briefly recap the reason for this appeal to the director's decision, we want to iterate this, that we support the new construction, and we support new construction generally in Fort Lowell if its design, density, and placement respects the overall character of the local district. Fort Lowell is unique in preservation in the city and the country. It includes environmental and cultural resources from several eras and has the potential to become a preeminent cultural resource for the city of Tucson. Thanks to investment of some $10 million of monies from the city and county to support the support of yourselves. The basis of our appeal related to violations of staff reviews before the board reviews, the applicant's misrepresentation of facts about the project, and our concerns about compliance and preservation standards. We spent the last month working on this on behalf of the council's request to reengage. Unfortunately, a lot of the time we spent was rehashing details on conditions that had already been agreed to by the applicant but never documented in the design package. For example, it shouldn't be necessary to include a condition that a permit or a site plan should be accurate. Most of the design items are spelled out in our design guidelines and were discussed multiple times. Excuse me. The major issue about the projects were two. The major issue about the projects were essentially non-negotiable: the mass of the building, the development zone, and the height. A picture is worth 1,000 words. I've provided a map that I drew from Tucson GIS that you have. And so just to address those specifically, issue number one about the development zone was a moving target when we were working through this review, because city staff would not accept the board's advice on the fact that a private road mid-neighborhood in Fort Lowell called El Callejon divides the 5300 block from the 5400 block of Fort Lowell. It creates the development zone. El Callejon is illustrated by the red lines on that map. It supports some 11 houses. It's a street that defines a block that defines a development zone. Even now, staff has produced a fourth development zone during our discussions. And last month, the board took action. We took action formally to create a policy statement to clarify this, and we'll work with staff to get that into code so that it'll avoid future conflict. Issue two relates to the massing, size, and scale of the proposed residence. We asked the applicant to consult an architect familiar with historic zones. The applicant and staff want to compare this new house with the Post Trader store, which is probably the largest and highest historic residence in the development zone, or in the neighborhood, in the historic zone. It's iconic to the district. The code and preservation standards say that new construction should be subordinate to the historic buildings. The proposed house should instead relate to the low adobe houses in the neighborhood. An architect is needed here to interpret the design in the HPZ so that construction's compatible. The massive square footage at 4,600 square feet consumes all the available space on that lot. About half of that lot is consumed by ruins of the old Fort Lowell School. We're looking for compatible and contributing structures to be built. The plan should be made compatible. My final comment relates to our relationship with city staff. We are building the board now, rebuilding the board now with new members, and we need their support. In this effort, we want to rebuild our relationship with them and just for them to support our preservation. We respectfully request again that this permit be denied. We think it needs a lot more work, but we appreciate your support and support of city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Our next speaker is Kaylin Norgord.
How's everybody doing? My name is Kalen Norgord and not obtained. Before I purchase any properties in Tucson, land, homes, anything, I do my due diligence. I go to planning and development. I ask multiple questions. I make sure zoning, setbacks, all the stuff I need to know before I purchase a property. So obviously I've done that, and so the historic committee review process is meant to determine whether the design is appropriate to the district and is not meant to review elements that are completed at a later date with a full set of construction plans. I've been in the meeting since October 15th of 2022 for this project. During these meetings, at the end of these meetings, they always will have a set of, revisions or items they want changed. So back in October 15th, 2022, after reviewing the plans, which the plans have not changed, only change of the plans were changes that they had me made. And it was just preservation plans, colors, and drainage. So our next meeting in February, their items they wanted to address for the next meeting was window size and to remove some homes on the HPZ package that were not in the development zone. Next meeting in July 27th, they asked for requesting a land preservation and drainage plan. Wyatt Burge was in that meeting at the time, which works for the planning and development, and stated that the committee that this is not required. But I had done one anyways for them, and it was actually in the package during that meeting. They also asked me to add a pony wall by the garage. So during these meetings, keep in mind, every time they ask for a change or a new item, this can take months to get into the next meeting. So I would, all these items could have been addressed in a more efficient way. So this whole time was about a year through this. Then after these meetings, they approved it with some conditions that Michael Ortega went over, but then they appealed. So I went through some mediation with John Lorino, and the list that he had, that Michael went through, I went through that whole list that during this mediation was the list that was given to me after speaking with the historic board on what they would want from me, and I agreed on 99% of it. The height was always an issue. For me, when I did my due diligence, it clearly states I can do 16-foot high. It clearly states that. But I was willing to go down and down and down. Not to mention, my property is 25,000 square feet. The house is 4,020 square foot house with a 400 square foot garage. So it's very minimal for the lot size. And it sits 75 feet, 75 feet from the street. Most properties on that street are 15 feet from the street. My property's height, where the construction of the house is being built, is 2 feet lower than the street elevation. So a lot of things come into factor for the heights, but I'm willing to go down to the stuff that Michael Ortega went over. I was willing to go through all of that. I've been doing this for 20 years. I own 3 properties in historic neighborhoods right now, 3 different historic neighborhoods as we speak. I'm not new to this. I'm literally building, after a journey through Barrio Viejo with a project that took, a year and a half to get a permit. I told myself I'd try to make this easier. I'm literally building the example on the historic package of, examples. I'm literally building the example of what is the house I'm building. As far as the size, and in the last meeting we had with the board, their recorded verbiage, they actually liked the design. That was their words. They were impressed on how they can take a 4,000 square foot house and make it look so small from the street, which 4,000 square foot house is not that big. They have properties 2932 Fort Lowell or Beverly. It's a 1,480 square foot house, but there's about 5,000 square foot of dwellings on the lot, which that lot's only about 8,000 square feet. A dwelling's a dwelling. My property is much smaller significant in the overall picture of the land. So there's multiple properties that are comparable in height. The property next door to me is 15 feet 2 inches. So I'm not even sure why I'm going lower than all these other properties in the development zone, but I'm willing to move forward. All this list that they went through, I'm willing to do it all, to move forward. I've done nothing but comply with the things they wanted me to do for the last year. So I'm hoping that Mayor and Council can uphold Planning Development's decision on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Norgard. Tom Allen?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council persons. My name is Tom Allen. I am a native Tucsonian. I was born at TMC a long time ago. Today, I live 1 mile away from TMC at 5425 East Fort Lowell Road, as noted earlier, the Post Trader Store. We bought the property in March of this year and have been working with city and contractors to improve the infrastructure that we inherited. All I ask is that you folks take a minute and make sure that the same rules that I am playing by, everybody else has to play by. One thing I will state is I think our property is unique. It is on the National Historical Register, and it is one of the closest to the street of any property in our neighborhood. And we're 44 feet, not anything less than that, from the front door to the edge of the pavement, not the easement. We do have different elevations on our house, and they start at, and I'm using interior numbers now, the lowest ceiling we have is our west bedroom, and it is roughly 7 feet, and the interior of the trading post is roughly 13 feet. Again, all I ask is the rules that I have to play by, everybody should play by. And I thank you much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. David Pietz, I believe it's pronounced.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Pietz, and I am a resident of Tucson. I live in the Old Fort Lowell Historic District, I speak in support of the appeal of the Planning and Development Services Department decision relative to 5259 East Fort Lowell Road. I'm a relatively new resident of the Fort Lowell Historic District, and I'm certainly a new member of the Fort Lowell Historical Zone Advisory Board. And I just want to say in all sincerity that our work on the advisory board, I think, has been all along directed towards a fair and reasonable assessment of the permit application. And I think that also, this has been a long process, and I think it's been, we are a volunteer body, a volunteer organization. We may not know the precise administrative processes to follow. I think you perhaps can appreciate that. But again, I think consistently throughout this process, we have adopted an attitude that we would like to see this, this lot developed, but we would also equally feel strongly that this lot be developed consistently with the vernacular of the historical zone. And I think one of the persistent concerns of the Historical Advisory Board, the Zone Advisory Board, is the footprint of the proposed construction. The size of the building that has been referenced here has to be, I think, considered in light of the nature of the lot. There, as I'm sure many of you have observed, this lot has a variety of different and very valuable remnants of the historic school. And to suggest that the footprint is only a certain percentage of that lot, I think really disregards the nature of the lot and the historical remnants that are so important to that lot. So I think we would like to see that zone developed. It would be an important addition. That's a very important footprint within the historical zone. And so I think our attention has always been on seeking a development that is appropriate to the historical zone. And that, I think, is really the sort of the long and the short of our concern, and certainly the particulars of that, of our concerns were expressed by the chair of the board, Elaine Hill. So again, we'd like to see, I think, that development go forward in an appropriate way. And so again, I would urge you all to seriously consider our appeal. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, and we have one more speaker, Briggs Klinko.
Thank you. My name is Briggs Klinko. I'm on the Fort Lowell Historic Advisory Board, and I'm unpaid. I just want to say that I'm a new member of the board. I've found this process to be really off the tracks, and it's continued off the tracks. We're so far off the tracks of where permitting occurs that we're in a city council meeting, and the city manager got involved with an individual residence getting built. And even now, we're still talking about an extensive list of conditions. No, it's not clear to us that an architect is even involved in this project. I myself found zombie renditions of these plans from 2006 in the MLS because they were packaged as part of a sale long, long ago. So to me, it's so unclear where these plans originated from, how they're getting updated, how the updates are coming to us, and how this process has been completely derailed. I suggest that this needs to start again from the beginning, as the appeal is requesting, so that everybody has a fair chance for this process to go through its intended work, so the board is able to do its support, so that the applicant has the support that he needs from the city department, and that we can move forward as a neighborhood and as an individual who would like to do a building project. In respect to the lot size and the allowable building, the preservation zone is overriding that conversation here. The building to maximum lot size is different in a preservation zone. You have to be looking at your context and your surrounding buildings. That whole process has been derailed because of the misunderstandings around the development zone and which buildings can or cannot be included for comparison. This is off the tracks. So I really appreciate the earnest efforts that we've done to try and do mediation. I'm asking that the appeal be held up and that we can try for a regular, normal process for building a house in the Fort Lowell Historic Zone. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in this public hearing? Alrighty. So I believe there's an additional process, correct? First we have, okay, so we had that presentation. Do we have to do this? No. Okay. So I believe we need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure?
Few things, Your Honor. This is my responsibility. If I can't handle making a decision like this, I shouldn't be up here. A lot of things came into discussion about other projects that the developer's involved in. To me, that's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what we're deciding. A couple things came up about whether or not there's an architect, and it would definitely help the transparency of adding things in mind. But again, that's also irrelevant to whether or not this meets the standard of historic continuity in the neighborhood. The biggest problem that we have right now is that we have a building that is kind of going to stick out like a sore thumb in the middle of a historic district, in the most pivotal lot in the historic district. That's the only thing we should be talking about. We as the council don't need to be talking about this many inches and that many inches, what kind of windows. That should have already all been decided. None of that matters. What matters is overall, does this project protect the continuity of the historical district? One of the things that we're talking about is, and by the way, in the drawings and the renderings and the permits, in no way does the home do that. But that's okay. That's also kind of irrelevant if the setback's right. The problem is with this setback, it's behind a ruin. So it's not really a real 75 setback. It's 4 feet from a ruin. And then it's 18 feet or whatever it is from the existing house in the back next door. And to me, that is really gonna, in other words, it's a sweet looking home. I mean, no offense to the developer. It's cool, but it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. We can't advocate for the sore thumb if we're trying to create a historic district. We can't. I actually think we could get the ruins down and have a better facade closer to the street that's more consistent with the historic district if we wanted to. I think there's other things at play here. But what we tried to do is we tried to fit a square peg into a round hole. And as a result, we have a project where the dissent in the neighborhood is overwhelming. But more than that, what nobody seemed to figure out was this is the last lot coming down Fort Lowell from Craycroft on where all the historic homes are from the Atkins property to the chapel. Now, I was married in that chapel. I understand all of those different things that happen on that road. I think that in a lot of ways, the developer has been extremely earnest and really trying to work with you, but we're just not there. I remember a couple of years ago, we had a project with Mr. Cummings and Fifth and Campbell, and the neighbors came in and said, we want to make it right, but this isn't right. Well, I've got the same feeling here. This just isn't right. So I'm gonna recommend to my council colleagues that we uphold the appeal. But I want to hear from my colleagues, because if I've totally swung and missed, I'll respect that.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cunningham, what is your motion?
I move that we uphold the appeal.
Second.
So that motion would be to grant the appeal, which would reverse the director's decision and deny the application.
Okay, yeah.
That is correct.
All righty, so there is a motion that the mayor and council reverse the Planning and Development Services Department Director's decision, which would have the effect of granting the appeal and denying the HPC application. That's the motion. Correct?
Yes.
All righty, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul, and thanks to everybody for going through this process, staff, manager, amazing work. Almost got there, but this is such a special neighborhood, and we have these neighborhood preservation bodies to protect special neighborhoods like this. And so I listened real strongly to what you all were saying, and I'm glad I didn't have to go against Paul on this. So that's why I'm supporting denying this permit, so that we can, if this developer wants to start the process over or sell it so that someone else can take it on, that we can start with a clean slate and do a project that fits in. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Lee?
Mayor, you spoke about this at the last conversation we had. I have a lot of compassion and understanding for both parties here, and I really want to know how we're going to prevent this from happening in the future, how it got completely off the rails, and how we can avoid that in the future, because it doesn't sound like it's been a pleasant process for anybody involved. It's cost a lot of time internally for our staff and externally for everyone involved, and I would just like to understand what we're going to do to prevent this from happening in the future, because it's not a good experience for y'all.
Any others?
No, I mean in the future, like I'll come back to this and let us know.
Councilmember.
Just a couple of process questions, because I agree with Paul that, I looked at the design out there, it was pretty cool, actually. Mr. Norgard, I've got some process questions, though, and I do think they're germane to this because it speaks to the process. At the last meeting, I believe you said that you planned on living in the unit and you had questions about the height because your family was tall or something like that. Is that still your intention?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Planning on living in the unit, not flipping it?
Well, that was kind of the original plan when purchasing the lot. I have such a bad taste in my mouth, I would not want to live in that neighborhood. So we'd be building it to sell it.
Okay. So you're not new to the process. You mentioned two or three other homes that you've got or own or built, or did you do TIs regular, tenant improvements regularly?
Owner built?
Owner built, either way?
Yeah, no,
Are
no,
you-
they're all with general contractors.
Are you a licensed contractor?
No.
Have you filed the owner builder affidavit yet for this property?
No, I have as soon as I get the permit, I have the general contractor's license on that property
Okay, but
for my
you-
general contractors.
Right, but you filed those before. The
Any
owner-
paperwork that needed to be filed for this project has been filed.
Talking about before, though, and other ones. For instance, you filed them on 1540 West Hillside?
There's general contractors on all those properties.
Okay, but you're not a licensed contractor.
No, my wife's a realtor. I orchestrate a lot of this stuff. I have 3 different general contractors that I use. I didn't want to be a general contractor, a designer, and involved in the building and have the realtor all part of the family. So I like to use a third party for my general contractors.
Is that who KMS is?
No.
Who's KMS?
KMS is an investor.
So they're not a realtor.
He's a realtor as well, but he doesn't sell my properties.
Who's Norgard and SANC? Is that an LLC you got?
Yeah, that LLC has nothing to do. That's me and her. My wife. This is for another rental properties that we own. That has nothing to do with this.
So I don't want to get too deeply into the weeds, but one of the reasons that people file the owner affidavit forms is to avoid state licensing laws. There's for small tenant improvements. On Hillside, you bought it and sold it on the same day.
Bought it and sold it?
Yeah, it was sold to you on 12/29/21, sold from Norgard to KMS on 12/29/21.
No, I never sold it. I'm still owner. Investors will take these properties and big investors will take properties that we own and I don't know exactly what they do, but they'll refinance them and stuff like that. And then lately, these big investors have been wanting to take, before we would purchase these properties and there'd be a lien on it, it'd be in my name, but it'd be a lien on it. But lately, their investors are wanting them in their names, so I think that's why that was bought back. We never sold it. We still have it on the market as of now. She still has it listed as of now. So we never sold it. Yeah, and as far as doing an owner build, yeah, some people would do that to avoid having a contractor involved. That's not the case whatsoever. I know the rules of what needs to be done. I'm with planning and development all the time. I'm in their office all the time, asking questions. They're aware of all my projects, everything. I know every one of the people in planning and development. So I'm down there making sure things are done right and following the steps I'm supposed to take.
Any others? Yeah, I too want to again reiterate what was said and what I said in our November meeting, that it is so unfortunate to have all of us, the neighborhood, the developer, our own staff, be in this situation. Ms. Klinko mentioned it being completely off the rails. I feel like that. I feel like that too. And I don't know how it all happened, but this is not an acceptable outcome for anyone. I agree. I think it was Mr. Norgard or someone, a speaker, talked about having the city manager intervene in built out of a home, one home. It's just, it's very unfortunate, and we should do a diagnosis of what happened and make sure that we never go down this road again. Any others? Alrighty, hearing none, I believe we need a roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11,
Item 11 has been continued to January 9th.
as well as items 12 and 13, correct?
Correct. And the public hearing, item 12, the demolition and relocation plan historic preservation zone review will be, the public hearing has been continued to January 9th, 2024 at or after 5:30 PM here in the Mayor and Council chambers.
Item 14,
Zoning TPENT 0623027, your space self-storage, C1 to C2. City Manager's report.
City Manager's communication number 387 dated December 12th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by the Planning Center on behalf of the property owner, Vida Fina LLC, to rezone 2.74 acres from C1 Commercial to C2 Commercial for the purpose of a self-storage facility. The proposal includes a 3-story building with a maximum height of 40 feet and a single-story building with a maximum height of 12 feet. The city manager recommends authorization of RX1 residential to C1 commercial zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization to rezone 2.74 acres from C1 commercial to C2 commercial for the purpose of a self-storage facility subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Lexi Wellett with the Planning Center, and we're located at 2 East Congress here in downtown.
All righty, thank you for coming tonight and thank you for waiting. It's been a long evening. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We certainly are.
All righty. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
No.
Could I say something first?
Yes, of course, absolutely. Go ahead,
No, I wanted
Councilmember
to
Santa
tell
Cruz.
Lexi, no, thank you for your email communication and reaching out to inform us of this. I'm gonna move this item forward, but I was just gonna ask you if we could stop building self-storage in Ward 1. Because we're overbuilding and we need people to declutter and get rid of their things.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, absolutely. That's something that we're hearing regularly now. I think more so than often is that the market is hitting a saturation point. So
So this will be the last one, right? All right.
I think we're all hoping so.
All right, let me get back to my,
I have a free table in front of my house. They can
all
put it
right,
there.
so, Mayor, I move that we, do I say we adopt?
Okay,
the
so
zoning?
approve the request for authorization to rezone and recommended by, as recommended by the zoning examiner, and approve and accepted by the applicant. I believe that's the motion.
Second. I second it, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 15.
Zoning TPENT 0723031, Houghton and Escalante, SR to R2, City Manager's report.
City Manager's communication number 388 dated December 12th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by JAS Engineering on behalf of the property owners to rezone 10.7 acres from SR Suburban Ranch Residential to R2 Residential for the purpose of developing a 32-lot residential subdivision. The zoning examiner recommends authorization to rezone 10.7 acres from SR Suburban Ranch Residential to R2 Residential for the purposes of developing a 32-lot residential subdivision zoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor Romero, Councilman. I'm Jeff Stanley of JAS Engineering, and I'm the applicant.
Mr. Stanley, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, we are.
All righty, excellent, thank you. What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, thank you. First, I want to thank the residents and JAS Engineering on behalf of the property owners for working together on this proposal. My office has heard from many of the surrounding residents who are both in favor and opposed to this rezoning that would allow 32 new homes to be built in this infill area along the Houghton corridor. My team and I have listened to everyone, and we understand the concerns of some that are pertaining to a potential loss of view sheds and traffic that may be caused by the 32 new homes. The property is located on Houghton and Escalante, Escalante between 3 existing single-home neighborhoods and 1 multifamily development. The proposed development is on the RTA-funded Houghton Road expansion, which will widen Houghton to 6 lanes with upgraded intersections, improvements at Houghton and Escalante. Road construction is slated to begin in 2025. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you to the Planning and Development Services Department, especially John Beal and our zoning examiner, John Urino, for working with the applicant, the residents, and my office by taking into consideration the concerns and coming up with a proposal that addresses all of them. The proposal before us today reduces the number of homes to only 32, limits heights to only single story, preserves the wash, and ensures the new homes will not be constructed until after the Houghton Road improvements are complete. Also wanted to point out that these homes are scheduled to be market rate pricing, so they're not big, huge mansions that only a few of us in town can afford, so that will help with our housing inventory challenges. So with that, Mayor, I want to move we authorize the rezoning of the Houghton and Escalante parcel from SR to R2, subject to the conditions outlined today and in Attachment A of the Mayor and Council materials.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 16.
Your Honor, item 16, the zoning intelligent design on Fort Lowell has been continued at the request of Vice Mayor Dahl to January 9th.
Alrighty, excellent. So we will move on to item 17.
Zoning TP ENT 0823034 Dorado Office Park, North Wilmot Road, 03-C1, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 391 dated December 12th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by the Planning Center to rezone approximately 1.55 acres from O3 Office to C1 Commercial zoning. The site is currently occupied by 4 single-story office buildings in a shade structure covering 10 parking spaces. The subject site is located at the northwest corner of North Wilmot Road and East Lee Street at 1611 North Wilmot Road. The zoning examiner recommends authorization to rezone approximately 1.55 acres from O3 office to C1 commercial zoning, subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Lexi Wellett with the Planning Center. We're located at 2 East Congress.
Thank you. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We certainly are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lexi. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Mayor, I would move that we approve the rezoning to allow for businesses that are compatible with the existing tenants. It's low-intensity commercial, and the location is appropriate. And before we get a second or a vote on it, I would say we are going to need more self-storage if I ever get around to cleaning out my garage.
Oh my gosh, that is what I am promising to do this December.
Your Honor, I'm going to second the motion.
Okay.
Is there discussion?
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor, this complex is located directly next to my ward, in an area I grew up. I wish we could give them even more flexible, give them some R2, but it's all good. I'm in support.
All righty. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Item 18.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, January 9th, at or after 5:30 p.m. Happy holidays, everyone.